come from a non-affiliated trade union, but I've been a Labour member for as long as I care to remember, certainly most, if not all, of my adult working life. And like millions of trade unionists, I see our place as being within a much broader movement. We have two wings, industrial and political, and we have two different jobs to do, but we will always be one Labour movement, steeped in our shared values of solidarity, collectivism and compassion. And we meet at a critical moment for our movement, for our country, for our movement, and for the working people that we represent. Conference, you know very well that Labour inherited 14 years of stagnant wages and living standards, 14 years of austerity and cuts, and 14 years of rising insecurity and inequality. And it is beginning to put right these wrongs. Lots of good things are happening. A new industrial strategy, support for jobs at British Steel, our railways coming back where they belong into public ownership, our relations with the EU reset, investment in public services, housing and infrastructure. But let's be honest, for millions of people, change still feels like a slogan, not their lived reality. And this summer, we've seen what frustration with mainstream politics looks like. Flags, far-right marches, reform surging ahead in the polls. And that's why Labour must remember what and who it is for. My challenge to ministers is simple. Deliver the manifesto on which you were elected with that huge majority last year. Put good jobs and decent public services at the heart of your agenda and show whose side you are on. If the choice is between asking those at the top to pay a bit more tax or cutting our public services, then Labour must always be on the side of patients, parents and pensioners. And apologies, but also seafarers, which isn't a P, I know, but anyway, forgive me. Thank you. If the choice is a fair deal for low-paid women or pandering to the outsourcing giants who profit from poverty pay, then Labour must always be on the side of people struggling to make ends meet. And if the choice is making sure the Amazons of this world play by the rules or allowing corporate bullies to avoid taxes and trample over workers' rights, then Labour must always be on the side of working people. And that's why the government must deliver the Employment Rights Bill in full and implement the rest of the Make Work Pay package. And as the proud leader of a maritime union based just across the river from here, I know for myself the difference that better work makes to people's lives. And it's brilliant news that the Labour government is now delivering a mandatory seafarers charter as part of the Employment Rights Bill. It's not perfect, there's still work to do, but it is a huge generational leap forward. Never again will the likes of P&O ferries be able to exploit agency workers, slashing wages and working conditions to international minimums in UK waters. Colleagues, from shipping to retail, from hospitality to construction, Labour's employment reforms are a game changer for millions of workers. Stronger rights at work are massively popular with the British people. The TUC's latest mega poll of 45,000 people shows they are overwhelmingly backed by voters across the spectrum, and particularly popular with reform-leaning voters. The public knows that decent work is the best way to deliver the reset that the country needs, and the best way to rebuild communities hit hard by industrial change, low pay and insecure work. The kind of places reform claims to champion. But here's the thing. Every time reform had the chance to vote for stronger rights, for a ban on zero-hours contracts, for an end to fire and rehire, they voted against. Conference, my message to Reform is simple. You do not represent working people. You're selling them out, and we won't allow you to divide our communities and divide our country. That's why Labour must get on the front foot, work with unions, and deliver the better jobs, wages, and public services people desperately need. After years of misery, it's time to give workers and their families hope. Throughout our history, we've been the best when we've been boldest. One Labour movement, united for workers, the NHS, the minimum wage, maternity leave, universal education, protection from discrimination, and so much more. And that's what we achieved when we work together. And now is the time to write a new chapter in that collective story, to bring the country back together, to win the change working people crave. Conference, let's get to it. Solidarity. Thank you.
Wow, that's got us all going this morning. Thank you very much. Conference, as I mentioned earlier this morning, we would be hearing from across the whole of the movement, so we now move to Northern Ireland. It's with personal great pleasure that I welcome to the lectern Hilary Benn, Secretary of State for Northern Ireland.
Good morning, Conference. I want to begin by thanking my great team, Matthew Patrick and my PPS Matt Rodder in the Commons, Ruth Anderson in the Lords, and Fleur Anderson for all that you did. We meet here today to reflect on what we have already achieved as a Labour government, but also to look to the future. Because in the years to come, people will look back on what we are doing with pride. They will know that in the most difficult of times, we chose the path of renewal, of change for the better. Now, Conference, 3 months ago, I walked into a film studio. There was this enormous bank of LED screens and an alpine scene, and a man with a button moved it about, and the sun rose and the sun set as the shadows fell across the snow-covered mountains. It was magical, but I wasn't in Hollywood, and I wasn't at Pinewood Studios. I was in Belfast, at the new Studio Ulster, the most advanced virtual production film facility in Europe, funded by the UK government, the Northern Ireland Executive, Belfast City Council, and other partners. It is a symbol of Belfast's physical transformation and of Northern Ireland's growing reputation as a major film and television location, from Game of Thrones to Line of Duty and Blue Lights. This is the story of the new Northern Ireland, a place of possibility and innovation, which is so important to our shared future as a united kingdom. The Northern Ireland of today is home to world-leading universities, cutting-edge AI and cyber firms, advanced manufacturers like Wrightbus, who are helping the transition to net zero, international fintech and data firms, a number of which announced hundreds of millions of pounds of investment just 2 weeks ago. And Northern Ireland is also playing a vital role in UK defence, not least with the return of shipbuilding to Belfast. 3 new vessels for the Royal Navy, thanks to Navantia's purchase of Harland and Wolff. And the deal announced by the Prime Minister earlier this year to supply Ukraine with more than 5,000 air defence missiles to help them repel the Russian invasion. Missiles made by Thales in Castlereagh. And all of this is underpinned by stability. The stability brought by the Good Friday Agreement, the stability of security, thanks to the huge efforts made by brave officers of the PSNI and the emergency services to keep people safe, as I saw in Ballymena, after the terrible racist disorder, and that's what it was, earlier this year, and the political stability that the Northern Ireland Executive has forged by getting on with the task. And I want to acknowledge the leadership of the First and Deputy First Minister and all the members of the Executive. You know, compulsory coalition isn't easy, but they are showing that they can deliver for Northern Ireland. And what is a Labour government doing to help? A record financial settlement over the next 3 years, the largest since devolution, funding Northern Ireland above its level of relative need. On top of this, £46 million a year of UK government funding to support local growth, £30 million announced last month for Northern Ireland's science and tech sectors, the investment that will come through our new defence industrial strategy, taking all steps necessary to strengthen Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market. And in May, following the trade deals with the United States of America and India, we reached a new agreement with the European Union. Now, Conference, the Tories' Brexit deal actually made it harder to trade with our biggest, nearest and most important trading partner, and it created a unique problem in Northern Ireland. Now, the Windsor Framework, to which we are committed, seeks to deal with this. But be in no doubt that an SPS agreement with the EU will benefit firms and consumers across the United Kingdom and in Northern Ireland by cutting red tape on the movement of food and drink products. And while we've been getting on with all of this, what does Nigel Farage say? He wants to scrap the whole deal with the European Union. Extraordinary. Damage to the economy, damage to businesses, simply because of a destructive ideology, and inexplicable to firms and farmers who can't wait for this new agreement to take effect. And that's not all. Conference, the Good Friday Agreement enabled Northern Ireland to move away from the bloody and brutal trauma of the Troubles towards peace and progress. It was, without doubt, the greatest achievement of the last Labour government. It took courage. It took patient negotiation. And yet, what does Nigel Farage want to do? He actually wants to undermine the Good Friday Agreement by walking away from the European Convention on Human Rights. And after all that the people of Northern Ireland have been through, I cannot think of anything more irresponsible. It's wrong, it's reckless, and we've got to make sure it never, ever happens. And how do we do that? By taking on reform, for their revelling in grievance, their relentless desire to divide, and their willingness to tear things down. And by us, Conference, standing together, getting on with the things we promised, so that we can put our case to the people at the next election. Now, Conference, dealing with the legacy of the Troubles is hard. And that's why, for so long, it has been the unfinished business of the Good Friday Agreement. The Tories' Legacy Act was roundly rejected by victims and the courts in Northern Ireland. We need to help those families who lost loved ones in Northern Ireland and right across the United Kingdom, including over 200 military families who are still searching for answers. A fortnight ago, the Taoiseach Simon Harris and I announced an agreement on a UK-Ireland joint framework. The Irish government will legislate to ensure full cooperation with the reformed Legacy Commission, and I will soon bring forward legislation to implement our manifesto commitment to repeal and replace the Legacy Act. And we will also introduce rights and protections never included in the Tories' legislation that will apply to any Northern Ireland veteran. After all, our veterans sacrificed so much to protect the people of Northern Ireland and to help bring about that peace. And I want also to say this about all the families who have shared with me before I became the Northern Ireland Secretary and since, their stories of grief and loss and unimaginable pain about what happened to those they loved so much. When we hear those stories, and they remain with us always, we have a responsibility to do everything that we can to help those who have waited so long for the truth. And now, a way forward is finally within our grasp. Now, conference. The story of Labour governments of the past, of which we are now so rightly proud, and the story of this government, when it comes to be written in the years ahead, are about what we achieved in the face of adversity. Everything that is worthwhile involves effort, determination, and never, ever giving up. After all, just remember from whence we have come. 1945, Clement. Debt was what? Over 200% of GDP. Rationing continued after the war. There was an energy crisis, the freezing cold winter of 1947. And yet that Labour government created the National Health Service, legislated to preserve beauty for posterity through the National Parks Act, and helped establish NATO, which to this day remains the bedrock of our security. 1964, Harold Wilson's great victory, and a Labour government that changed society for the better. The first sex and race equality legislation, the abolition of capital punishment, equal pay, the open university that has given so many people, the opportunity to bring out the talent that is within each one of us to illuminate our world. Go forward to 1997, Tony Blair and Gordon Brown, so much achieved, including that Good Friday Agreement. And now, the government of 2024 and our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Now, we know that we are once again living in tough and difficult times. But our history teaches us that we have succeeded before, and we will, conference, do so again. Because while reform is only interested in destruction and division, Labour governments are always about building things and making people's lives better. That is the very essence of the Labour Party, to think about the future and to give people hope. And as we do so, from time to time, we should just look back at those achievements of 1945 and 1964 and 1997, and those we have started now. Why? Because they give us courage to go on and do more. So, conference, be of good heart and be of good cheer, because believe you me, in the years to come, people will too say of this government that we changed the country for the better, so that a brighter future might be bequeathed to those who will come after us. Conference, thank you.
Thank you so much, Hilary. Really appreciate that promising report that we've had, especially about the future of what's happening in Northern Ireland. So we now move on to continuing our growth debate, and to start us off, I'll let you catch your breath. To start us off, please welcome to the lectern Heidi Alexander, the Secretary of State for Transport.
Conference. It's an enormous privilege to stand before you today as Transport Secretary in our Labour government. This time, 3 years ago, I stood on this stage as Labour's newly selected parliamentary candidate in Swindon South. I went from candidate to Secretary of State in the space of 18 months. Not a journey I ever dreamed I would make, but one which fills me with pride and determination every day. Conference, journeys matter. Some might say that transport is just about getting from A to B, but we know it's about so much more. It's about opportunity, it's about dignity. It's not just about timetables and infrastructure, it's about young people being able to get their first Saturday job. It's about whether a parent can get home to read their child a bedtime story. It's about a pensioner getting to see their friend. And transport has one simple truth. When it fails, life is harder. Opportunities become narrower. Communities more isolated. The brutal reality of the last decade has been a transport system in decline. A decade where bus services were cut and rail services delayed. New infrastructure promised, but shamefully never funded. Tory neglect, seen most graphically in our broken, potholed roads. Conference, never again can we entrust our transport system to the charlatans of the right. Conference, the choice before the country is simple. Renewal with Labour or decline with reform. It starts by us putting our money where our mouth is. Thanks to our Labour Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, we are making the biggest ever investment in local transport in England's city regions. So working with our brilliant Labour mayors, we will expand the Tyne and Wear Metro to Washington, extend the tram to East Birmingham, and bring a rapid transit system to Liverpool. We will build new stations at Portishead and Pill in the West Country, reopen Haxby Station on the outskirts of York, and improve rail, road and bus connections in the East Midlands. We'll fund zero-emission buses in Greater Manchester, a new fleet of trams for South Yorkshire, a new Piccadilly and Elizabeth line trains for London. And Tracy, we will end the scandal of Leeds being the largest city in Europe without a metro, and we will build mass transit for West Yorkshire. Conference, it's not just enough to improve transport within our great cities. We need to link them up better too. So let me be absolutely clear. This government is fully committed to Northern Powerhouse Rail. But what we won't do, Conference, is repeat the mistakes of the past, where governments made promises with no plan to deliver them. New infrastructure will be the physical embodiment of our ambition. But we need to get the basics right too. Let's be honest, catching the bus can be an ordeal. Ticket options that don't make sense, timetables that bear no relation to reality. Our landmark bus services bill, piloted through Parliament by my good friend Simon Lightwood, puts an end to this. Ending the Tories' failed deregulation experiment, transferring power from private operators to local leaders. Be in no doubt, Conference, better buses are on their way. Conference, it's not just our buses which need fixing. For too long, our railways have been run in the interests of private profit, not passengers. The Tories stood by and watched as delays, cancellations and overcrowding became the norm, as did the soaring profits of owning groups. Conference, I have one thing to say to you all. Not on my watch. This Labour government is calling time on 30 years of failure, frustration and fragmentation. We are returning our railways to the service of passengers and we're not wasting a minute. In the first 12 months of this government, we passed our landmark Public Ownership Act, took South Western and C2C into public hands, with Greater Anglia to follow in just 2 weeks' time. In February, West Midlands Trains will be next, with Thameslink, Chiltern and Great Western to follow. At that point, more than half of the rail network will be publicly owned. And under the leadership of our Rail Minister, Peter Hendi, we will steer our Railways Bill through Parliament, setting up Great British Railways to unite the management of track and train. No more Sundays wondering whether the train is going to turn up. No more baffling arrays of ticket types and prices. A public service where reliability is the watchword and pride is restored. We said we would do it in our manifesto, and conference, we are delivering. Conference, this is personal. This is personal for me. I worked for 4 years with the men and women of London Underground. We fought COVID together, and we brought in the Elizabeth line. I grew up in the proud railway town of Swindon, where my dad began his career as an electrical apprentice for British Rail. The railways aren't just part of my story, they're the story of my town and many more like it. In Swindon, the famous GWR maintenance works arrived in the 1840s, changing the town forever. Today, buildings that were once locomotive sheds are now home to retail, film and digital businesses. Once again, our railways must be the catalyst of regeneration and the engine of progress. Stations that become the beating heart of town centres, new homes and workplaces built on old depot land and poorly used car parks, local leaders in the driving seat, unlocking the potential of our railways way beyond the tracks. Conference, Great British Railways is coming soon, and it will be run by the people, for the people. Conference, if our buses and trains are the arteries of our economy, our roads are its backbone. This Labour government knows that poorly maintained roads not only risk lives, but also cost families and businesses hundreds of pounds in costly garage trips. That's why we're ending the pothole plague. We're handing councils the cash and certainty they need to mend our broken roads. And let me be clear, under this government, there is no such thing as a war on the motorist. Never has been, never will be. I drive, but guess what? I walk and I cycle too. And so does our brilliant local Transport Minister, Lillian Greenwood. We both take buses, we both take trains, trams and taxis too. So let's dispense with the imaginary problems that are conjured up by conspiracists and cranks, and let's focus on solving the real-world problems instead. Conference, our transport system, of course, extends beyond our shores too, enabling international trade, tourism, visits to friends and extended family. Our ports and airports, therefore, are every bit as vital as our stations and roads. It's a fact that more people want to fly to and from the UK than ever before. And air travel isn't just for Nigel Farage to go to America or Richard Tice to spend his weekends in Dubai. It's for everyone. Families deserve their hard-earned summer holiday, and neither I nor our new aviation minister, Keir Mather, will ever say otherwise. And though we might have more meetings online than we once did, UK businesses still need a thriving aviation sector to trade. That's why we've acted quickly and decisively. We've approved expansion plans at City Airport, Luton, and just last week at Gatwick. We're supporting Labour Mayor Oliver Coppard and the Labour leaders of South Yorkshire to reopen Doncaster Sheffield Airport. And we've invited proposals for a third runway at Heathrow. For too long, this country has been held back by a planning system which has strangled growth. That ends now. We won't duck the difficult decisions because we know that if you do, you give up on the thousands of good quality jobs our country so desperately needs. Now, conference, what I'm talking to you about today doesn't happen by magic. So to the people who keep our country moving every day, I say thank you. The cleaning staff working overnight to keep our transport hubs clean. The engineers out in the rain, keeping the tracks safe. The drivers carrying millions of all of us every year. Thank you on behalf of the families you support and the communities you serve. And conference, let me say this, change won't happen without us having the courage to face up to some difficult decisions. The path of renewal will not be easy, but under the leadership of Keir Starmer, we are turning our transport system around. Imagine buses you can rely on. Imagine roads safe for all. Imagine trains that serve the public. It may sound ambitious, conference, but it's easy if you try. So let's never stop trying. Let's build the transport system Britain deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Can I just, before we go on, if people want a conversation, by all means, not going to try and stop you, but can you do it outside of the hall, please, because it's quite distracting. And it's really important we hear these fantastic policies that are coming out from our party. Thank you very much. We now move on to debates on composite motion 2, cleaning up our communities fly tipping, which will be moved by South Norfolk CLP and seconded by St Albans CLP. Could I ask the mover and seconder to come down to the Speaker's desk, please? Thanks very much. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name's Deborah Sachs in South Norfolk, and I'm a strange person called a waste planner. And waste is an absolutely fundamental issue to all of us who are councillors, and it's also a very socialist issue, and I'm going to explain why. It affects everybody. A clean environment is something everybody deserves, and it's also in the process of transferring money from the private sector to the public sector. Those of us who are councillors may have heard of something called EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. I'm going to get slightly nerdy here. But what that's about is transferring the costs of managing all that packaging waste and cleaning up our environment from the public sector and council taxpayers from the public sector to the private sector. And those are the people that are incurring bringing those costs onto us. So this is a fantastic move at the moment. And I urge all of you who are receiving that money, some of it a bit more than we thought, which is delightful, to spend it on cleaning up our environment. We also need to show that Labour is the party of law and order. The waste industry is one of the few industries that is begging for more regulation and enforcement against the criminals that operate in that sector. People who fly tip, they dump rubbish where it shouldn't belong in our rivers and our fields, who export it illegally to countries where it's not managed properly, who describe it as one thing when it's in fact another, hazardous waste described as inert soils. These are really some fundamental issues, and those of us involved in delivering public services are more aware of that perhaps than ever. So I'd just like to move this motion and explain to people the importance of waste management and the importance of addressing fly tipping. There's some really good best practice which perhaps some people can learn from perhaps a county like Hertfordshire, where they put cameras up to in places where fly tipping happens, put up posters with little eyes on, which apparently puts people off, and some people have actually painted on the ground the amount that it has cost to remove a fly tip and the amount the money that could have been spent on a teaching assistant or a new planning officer or filling a pothole. So there's a lot of good practice in waste management. I urge you to all pick it up and address this issue and make sure that our environment is clean for everybody. I'd like to move that motion, please.
Thank you very much. The seconder?
Good morning, conference. I am Mason, a first-time speaker from St Albans. I rise to second the motion on cleaning up our communities. The Conservatives' appalling record on waste criminals left our roads and high streets tattered. I've seen this in St Albans, and I know our neighbours in Watford, Hemel and other areas feel the same. And whilst the Tories let criminals off the hook, Reform wouldn't even know where to start. They've got absolutely no plan and no vision for our high streets. This motion welcomes the government's crackdown on fly tipping, and it urges the government to go further by imposing harsher prison sentences on those who perpetrate these offences, and to identify these criminals, we should be using high-tech drones and CCTV. No stone should be left unturned in our pursuit to go after these people who blight our communities. This motion gives the government our full confidence, so these fly tippers have absolutely nowhere to hide. So please, conference, back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now call for speakers from the floor, and I'll take people in rounds of 3. Okay. I think you were the first with your hand up in the yellow. Is it yellow? Green? I can't really see from here, apologies. Green or yellow? Thank you. Person there, is that a brown or yellow hand jumper? Yes, yes, thank you. And we'll take the person there in the red. It's a gorgeous green. Sorry I called it yellow.
Good morning, Chair, Conference. Jacqueline Burnett-Pitts, GMB, speaking in support of the NPF debate on kickstarting economic growth. Labour has inherited the most unequal society in a generation to the bad political choices made under the Tories. I see its consequences every day. I work as a housing advice and prevention manager, manage a team of take care of homeless families and single people. Budget cuts have had a devastating impact on our residents. Soaring prices for emergency and temporary accommodation is actually crippling local authorities. So Labour's plan to kickstart economical growth cannot be separated from the need to rebuild our public services. Labour's promise to build 1.5 million homes in this Parliament is the right one. But there are 1.4 million fewer English households in social housing than there were in 1980. Working people must be able to afford to live in these houses when they are built. So Labour's commitment to the biggest increase in social and affordable housing in a generation cannot come soon enough. It must include delivering the council homes we need, and it should be aligned with Labour's industrial strategy to support our building materials sector, boost the economy and create much needed jobs. Conference, please support. Thank you.
Conference, my name is Seb Lovell-Huckle. I'm a first-time delegate for Birmingham Northfield and first-time speaker. But I'm also a community activist, and candidate for the area I live in for next year's local elections, Allens Cross in Birmingham. I'm going to speak to the NPF report on growth, focusing on transport, so it's fitting to have Heidi here to confirm that better buses are on their way. Conference, buses are not only the lifeblood for communities like Allens Cross, they are essential to strong economic growth. For too long, National Express has let down local people. The 61 bus is an essential service that links my community, where a third of households don't have a car, with Northfield and Birmingham city centre, to hospitals, schools and work. The National Express decision to cut the 61 from Allens Cross is a disgrace. But Conference, thanks to West Midlands Labour Mayor Richard Parker and this Labour government, we are bringing buses back into public control. For residents in Allens Cross, this will mean better connectivity and better opportunities, renewing access to work, to school or to that hospital appointment. Thank you.
Speaker.
Good morning, Conference. I am Ros Cloak from Welwyn Hatfield CLP, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. This morning I am speaking to you in support of Composite Motion 2, Cleaning Up Our Streets, fly tipping. Conference, I have lost count of the number of residents who have told me on the doorstep how much their lives are negatively impacted by fly tipping. In Welwyn and Hatfield, this is an issue that is felt most acutely in communities with unadopted roads. Despite the hard work and lobbying of our local borough councillors, Beth Kelly, our newly elected county councillor, and our excellent MP, Andrew Lewin, it is proving difficult to get action to clean up our streets, as both the developers who built the houses and communities years ago and the Lib Dem-run county council refuse to take responsibility. Conference, there is no more striking image of the mess the Tories left behind than the literal piles of rubbish that have been left on our streets. And, unfortunately, in certain circumstances, I'm afraid to say the rats that have moved in. Please, please support this motion and support the government and the work they have done to start cleaning up the mess the Tories left of our streets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Okay, we'll take the next three. If you can show your hands, please. Person there? Yes. Thank you. Green jacket. And the person in the front row. No, sorry, not you. Sit down. That front row, yep, you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Delegate. Yeah. And you've 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks. Good morning, Conference. Boyd Stephen from Labour International, first-time speaker and delegate, speaking in favour of Composite Motion 2. Conference, many speakers before me, from delegates to our Prime Minister, have correctly identified Labour as the party of aspiration, and I'm proud that we've done that. But from my experience of living in different places, you only unlock this aspiration when you have an uplifting community and a place where people feel empowered to do well. Environment Matters, Conference. And for that reason, it infuriates me that the government's doing so much hard work to uplift communities across the country, and we have these waste cowboys fly tipping, ruining communities, and making it so much, and making the government's work so much harder. It's frankly disgraceful, in my opinion. And for that reason, conference, for the sake of both, for the sake of both the beauty of our communities, for the sake of our economic future, because growth won't get going unless people's aspiration is unlocked, and of course for people's lives, since this empowers people and empowers people so much and improves people's lives to such a degree, please support Composite Motion 2 and let's crack down on fly tipping and stop these waste cowboys once and for all. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you, Delegate. Next speaker.
Good morning, Conference. I am Councillor Rebecca Everett, Deputy Leader of Erewash Borough Council, which we took control of in 2023 after 20 years in opposition. Like our Labour government found in 2024, we inherited a complete mess. For 2 decades, the Tories inflicted grave austerity whilst also leaving us nearly bankrupt. Tories were spending £1 million a year on Britain in Bloom. Meanwhile, they scrapped 4 of our 6 street cleaners and reduced our number of neighbourhood wardens by 3/4. Like our government has been doing for this past year, we made tough choices and brought some much-needed financial responsibility. We saved Erewash from bankruptcy, and now, like this government, we're turning back the clock on austerity. Our neighbourhood wardens, who race around Erewash every single day dealing with graffiti and fly tipping, do brilliant work that hardly anyone can see. While the Tories slash their numbers and mess with their routines, we've listened to their suggestions on how they can work better, and we're hiring more of them. This investment in Erewash pairs wonderfully with new powers announced by this government. Higher fines and tougher penalties for fly tippers. A welcome deterrent against these criminals. So whether you're dumping waste at Forbes Hole in Long Eaton, on country lanes in Breaston, or leaving mattresses on Pelham Avenue in Ilkeston, watch out, we're coming for you. I'm grateful that this government has our back. It's time to clean up Britain's streets, and if you support our mission to turn back the visual stain of years of Tory misrule and austerity, if you support reviving our town centres, and if you support making criminals pay and bringing back people's pride in their communities, I urge you to back this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Next speaker. Everyone to try and keep it down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shola Ajibade. I'm CLP from Maidenhead, and this is my first time speaking, and I'm the first time trying to visit Conference. Fly tipping is not only an eyesore. It drains council's budgets, damages our environments, and undermines our pride in our communities. The Conservative failed to act, allowing incidents to soar in our communities, while Reform UK also offer no plan to act at all. So, with all the problems still soaring, with this motion, Labour is showing that we will clean up Britain, restore accountabilities, and protect the spaces we all share. So I urge us all to support this motion. Let's send a message to clean and restore the cleanliness in our community, and signal that Labour will deliver cleaner, safer, and stronger communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Another round of 3. The grey suit jacket. Black top, there, yeah. And go on then, brown top, come on then. You were waving very vociferously.
Thank you, Conference. Councillor Tom Plater, Stevenage, CLP, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Conference, we're having a bit of an A1 party up here this morning with St Albans, Welwyn and now Stevenage. Because fly tipping is more than a mess. It's a mark of neglect, and under the Conservatives, it exploded. It went up 60% over their watch. Waste disposal costs have soared, and while repeat offenders dump with impunity, our communities are left to clean up the consequences. The Tories didn't clean up the country, and now we must. Because councils aren't legally required to investigate or prosecute fly tipping. It's discretionary, and some choose to look the other way. That's not enforcement, it's abandonment. And the proposer to this motion was absolutely right, because in Stevenage we deployed mobile CCTV units across fly tipping hotspots to catch those who want to bring down our local areas. And I welcome our government's plans to crush the vans, deploy drones, and make road waste operators face up to 5 years in prison. Because we take pride in our public spaces and pride in our community. So by passing this motion, we're not just cleaning up our streets, we're cleaning up 14 years of Tory excuses. Conference, pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker.
Hello, Conference. My name is Councillor Polly Newstab. I first came to Labour Conference 30 years ago, but I am a first-time speaker, so it's amazing to be here. I wasn't expecting to speak on this topic, but so I don't have a very prepared speech. I wanted to talk to you about work we've been doing in Ealing, where fly tipping costs us £3 million a year. Now, we know that we could, I don't know, that's 4,000 weeks of support for one of our vulnerable residents in a daycare centre, 200 CCTV cameras to fight crime, and it could even fix 32,000 potholes in our borough, but instead we have to pick up the filth that people leave behind. And it is so much more than just an administrative environmental problem for our residents. It's an absolute symbol of decline and leans into making our communities feel unsafe, unloved and left behind, and that is how reform gets into our communities, exploiting the very things that they would never do anything about. So in Ealing, we've been, thank you. In Ealing, we've been running a brilliant campaign. I want to shout out to Councillor Paul Driscoll, who's not here, who's been leading a campaign talking about Ealing being our home, not a tip. And it feels a really fundamental way to make that connection with how we want to live and how we want to feel empowered to live safely in our communities and not feel that we're blighted by this filth. So we've been creating many little crime scenes around areas that we know are hotspots for fly tipping. And you know what? It really, really works. It sends that message that, as well as the little eyes that someone else talked about, that people are watching and people are taking note. And alongside that, we've increased fines from, I think, 400 to 1,000. And I'm delighted to say that Ealing is now giving out more fines than any other borough in London. So it works. We can fight this. We can send that message that this is an unacceptable way for people to live in our communities and people to exploit our communities. And we can make our places more beautiful and brilliant places to work. I also want to make a final shout out to an amazing organisation called Lagercan, who volunteer day in, day out. We have a kind of army of amazing people who go out and do this work and support us, and we couldn't do what we do without them. So thank you. Remember, our homes, our areas are our homes that we have pride in, and a Labour government is going to help us support our communities to bring back that pride, because this is our home, not a tip. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Yes, next speaker.
Good morning, Conference. I like this motion and I have hundreds of reasons to support this motion. Sorry, I forgot to tell. My name is Nabila Ali. I'm from Newcastle Central West. First-time councillor, first-time speaker. That's why. Thank you. As I said, I have hundreds of reasons to support this motion, but one thing I think is the main reason when I door knock and I ask people why you don't allow your children to play in the street, they say streets are not clean. If you are going to support this motion, we might get our children off the gadgets and we might give them an opportunity to play in the street. We have lost this culture, we might get that culture back. And it's good for physical health for our children and mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We'll have one last round. I'm trying to pick from where I haven't picked before. Okay, you can come forward. Yeah. Yeah, in the red. And is that a red or an orange jumper at the front? Yes. Thank you very much.
This is Morris. There's nothing offensive on it, is there? Is there anything offensive on it?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, conference. My name is Kamal Preet Kaur, second-time delegate and second-time speaker from Hazel Harlington. Thank you. My day begins with WhatsApp messages. They say, "Hello, councillor," but instead of smileys or flowers, I get pictures of fly tips, mattresses, black bins, and everything. And today, a teacher who walks within my ward to a school nearby, she sent me a video saying it's pain to walk these streets. It isn't just about the mess, it's about dignity, it's about pride, and it's about whether people believe that their council or the government care about them because they feel abandoned. Of course they would feel abandoned. There's been a Tory neglect for 14 years, and Labour is stepping up to clean. While Tory cuts slashed the frontline services, leaving only a handful of enforcement officers, Labour is committing to investing in enforcement, restoring pride, and renewing our communities. And let's not forget reform. A party with a name that's an anomaly in itself, because there's nothing reforming about it. I think we should call it deform rather than reform. Because all they do is twist the truth, corrode trust, and divide our country. People do not want deformity, they want renewal, they want dignity, they want lovely places and the places they can call home and feel proud in. So let's clean up the communities, let's support the renewal project of the government and support Composite 1. Let's bring all the candidates in May 2026, wherever they are, so that Britain can renew all over again. Thank you.
Delegate, next speaker.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Conference. My name is Sumit Kaul. I'm from Oxford East CLP, first-time speaker, first-time delegate. And I'm also a very proud member of Unite, which organises the BMW Cowley Mini Factory, which, as anyone who knows our great city knows, is the heart and soul of Oxford. Oxford is a city of proud working-class people who live in proud working-class communities. It is also one of Britain's most unequal cities. These people live in neighbourhoods like Barton, Blackbird, Lees and Rose Hill. They have lived in these neighbourhoods for generations. They have brought up children who continue to live in these neighbourhoods and will for generations. For 14 years, these people were told if they called the phone line, if they used the app, if they used the website, that fly tipping would be picked up. For 14 years, they did all these things and nothing happened. This is a debate about trust. Our brilliant local Labour councillors walked those streets for 14 years and they saw the trust dim. They saw the fires of community go out in people's eyes. They saw communities slighted and streets blighted by fly tipping. The resentment, the breakdown in trust, the belief that better days were behind these communities, these are things that Reform preys on every single day and will continue to do next year in our elections. Let's put meat on the bones of our policies. Let's make sure that when people deal with this fly tipping, that it is picked up and that the cowboys who take advantage of our communities are punished. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate.
Good morning, Conference. My name is Rachel Bergin. I'm the delegate from North Bedfordshire CLP. This is my first time speaking at this conference, so I've actually lost count of the number of times I've been a delegate. And I want to associate myself with the motion on fly tipping, but I wanted to draw the attention of the conference to another scourge in our communities. I recently stood in a council by-election in the beautiful Bedfordshire town of Stopfold, where I was incredibly grateful to get support from colleagues along the A1 corridor. Halfway through the campaign, overnight, graffiti appeared on the mini roundabouts in the shape of an England flag. We had people on the doorstep in Stopfold telling us that they were frightened and intimidated by this. These were people who were happy to fly the England flag to support the Red Roses or the Lionesses, or in remembrance of our fallen heroes, but who felt that this graffiti represented something altogether more sinister. And Conference, I understood. My granny lived in loyalist West Londonderry during the Troubles in Northern Ireland, and when I visited her, she lived in a house with no inside toilet or bathroom or central heating because it was slum housing that hadn't been replaced because of the Troubles, because politicians were too busy fighting sectarian battles and not improving lives for people. If you visit George's Street today, it is still hasn't been replaced by council housing. And if you will see that half of the houses are boarded up, and the curbstones are painted red, white and blue like they are in many Protestant communities across the province. And they're not painted red, white and blue out of any sense of patriotism or any sense of love for their country or our country. They're painted red, white and blue to tell Catholics to stay out. And that's what I felt and what people felt in Stopfold, that this was about telling people that they don't belong. And I think as the Labour Party, we need to speak out against this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for information, the votes on that will be taken at the end of this morning's session. And I'd also like to congratulate all the CLP and affiliates that have sent first-time delegates. There seems to be an awful lot of first-time speakers in that debate, so congratulations to all of you. I know how difficult it is to get up and speak, so well done. And we now move on to the Metro Mayor report, and I'd like to welcome Tracy Brabin, our Mayor of West Yorkshire, to the stage.
Hey folks, thank you, Conference. I am thrilled to be speaking to you today as the Labour Mayor of West Yorkshire and Chair of UK Mayors. Now, I know there's been a lot of chatter in the fringes this week about mayors, about the future of our party, about leadership and about ambition, and whilst I can't speak for others, I'm happy to confirm, standing in front of you today, that I will be seeking to lead the Labour Party in the next mayoral election in West Yorkshire in 2028. Last time I addressed you at conference, it was 2021. I'd just been elected as a Metro Mayor for the very first time. Gosh, things were so different, weren't they? A Tory government that parted while the rest of us self-isolated, that levelled down communities instead of up, that delivered a budget that lasted 48 hours but left mortgages soaring for months, that cancelled HS2 without even talking to northern leaders, that left schools literally crumbling, rivers full of sewage and families paying the highest taxes in 70 years, that put Matt Hancock in the cabinet and then in the jungle, that tried to lay out an economic direction but instead gave the CBI directions to Peppa Pig World. And let us not forget, they gave us a Prime Minister who couldn't outlast a lettuce, leaving behind 14 years of chaos, 14 years of crisis, and a country desperate for change. Now, we know that rebuilding this country will take time. But conference, we've already made incredible progress. 2,000 more GPs, 5 million more NHS appointments, free school breakfast clubs, new landmark trade deals, the creation of Great British Energy, Great British Rail, the largest expansion of employment rights in a generation, and a hard-fought-for Hillsborough Law. Conference, change is happening, but we must make sure that everyone can feel the benefits of that change. Now, there are those who will seek to use that feeling of hopelessness to divide us. The playbook has already been written. Across the pond, they said migrants were eating dogs. Nigel Farage is now telling us migrants are eating swans. What's next, goldfish? Conference, is your nan's budgerigar really safe? Is your niece's hamster, will she make it? I know, honestly, it's laughable, but it's also extremely dangerous, because this is the same playbook. Dress up lies as truth, stir up fear, divide communities, make the poorest blame each other while millionaires like Farage are jet-setting around the world. Now, we might not like the playbook, but it works. And that's why we can laugh at all the nonsense, but we can never ignore it. Conference reform is a wrecking ball that will destroy our communities, suggesting that people who've built a home for themselves in our country, our friends and our neighbours, often working in care or in our National Health Service, like those who cared for my mum in her final days, hard-working, tender and caring, should suddenly now leave. We have to fight back. Make no mistake, conference, a swathe of reform councillors and councils would be catastrophic for this country, for communities, and for our ability to get things done. Because Labour mayors are delivering on our plans to tackle the climate emergency, to build better transport, to attract international investment, to improve skills and education, and to make our streets safer. A win by reform would be a screeching handbrake turn on those plans for a better Britain. Only Labour has a plan for growth in every region and in every community. And we will do it by empowering local leaders with skin in the game. And that's why our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, invited mayors to Downing Street in his very first week in office to deliver a devolution revolution. The English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill is one of the biggest changes to our democracy in a quarter of a century, where we can finally say, maybe, just maybe, Whitehall doesn't have all the answers. Conference, at a time when some of our opponents seek to spread hopelessness, fear, and confusion, devolution can be the antidote, empowering communities with the offer of a future that is better than the past. Now, conference, when I last spoke to you, I was the only female Metro Mayor in the country. And I'm delighted that since then, I've been joined by the brilliant Kim McGuinness, Claire Ward, and Helen Godwin. All working together with Andy, Steve, Sadiq, David, Oliver, and Richard, all of us working flat out to deliver on our promises, creating those good new quality jobs and apprenticeships, building more affordable homes, revolutionising our transport networks, putting more money into people's pockets, and creating those communities where people really want to live. Conference. I'm a free school meals kid who grew up on a council estate in Batley. I survived sexual violence, marched on Greenham Common, and organised for striking miners. I worked for decades on zero-hour contracts, slept on floors when I couldn't find somewhere else to live. I raised my 2 girls while juggling a precarious job. Delivering this change is personal to me. Being a Labour mayor for my hometown is personal to me. And I see it as my personal mission to offer hope and opportunity for those that live in the same communities where I grew up. In West Yorkshire, we're investing millions in sport and the creative industries, with training for young people to get a leg up in stage and screen, better access to grassroots sport, and a young poet laureate scheme to inspire the next generation, all proving you don't have to leave to achieve. And I am so grateful to the Secretary of State for Culture, Lisa Nandy, for her personal support for the creative sector, and especially One Creative North, a joint project that brings together all the Northern mayors, the Arts Council, BBC, Channel 4, ITV, our universities, all working together to power up the North. Because that's what growth in every part of the country looks like. Backing and investing in growing sectors that have the potential to transform our local economies. But to grow our region, we need better transport. And this Labour government gets it. You heard earlier from Heidi about how transformative investment in local transport will be. £2.1 billion for my region, acting as a magnet for inward investment with trams connecting Leeds, Bradford, and all of the communities in between. And conference, you'll already know about Labour mayors leading on plans to improve our bus services across the country with new integrated transport models, working with government to keep fares low. In West Yorkshire, our buses, trams, trains, and electric bikes will be brought under our new brand, the Weaver Network. Stitching together, let's hear it for the Weaver Network, everyone. There's some people from West Yorkshire over there. We love you. Stitching together those diverse communities in our region and learning the lessons from Andy's B Network. We are building a record of delivery, of promises made and promises kept. That's going to help us win in every city, town and village. But conference, we have to get out there. We have to tell people change is happening. We have to be the optimists, show them what the real Britain looks like. Kind, fair, generous, and brimming with opportunity. Just as we always have together. As the rugby legend and West Yorkshire hero Rob Burrows said, in a world full of adversity, we must still dare to dream. Thank you, conference.
Thank you so much for that, Tracy. And now, if you bear with us, we're going to have a slight changeover. The chair is going to be taken over by Joanne Thomas.
Thanks, Maggie. We are now moving to the NHS and our health service, but before we hear from Wes Streeting, we will take delegate contributions from the floor. First, we'll move our motions. The first motion is Composite 13, Staffing, Adult Social Care, moved by Unison and seconded by GMB. Could delegates please register at the Speaker's desk, please? The next motion is Composite 11, Subsidiary Companies and Insourcing. It will be moved by Unison and seconded by GMB. Could delegates please register at the Speaker's desk, please? Finally, we will have Composite 4, NHS Dentistry. It will be moved by Crewe and Natwich CLP and seconded by Bury St Edmunds CLP. Could delegates please register at the Speaker's desk? As soon as the first mover is ready to come up, if you want to take your position, please, and if I can just remind you, it is 3 minutes. Thanks, Unison.
Conference, Pam Cyan, moving this motion on behalf of Unison. Friends, when we talk about care in this country, we talk about the soul of our nation. We are talking about who we are and who we aspire to be. Let us how we treat the elderly neighbour who has no one else, how we treat the child born with disabilities, how we treat the stranger who falls sick tomorrow and needs someone to be there. And for decades, it's been care workers, British and migrant, shoulder to shoulder, who have held up that promise. They are the ones who lift our patients from their beds, who sit through the night with families in the darkest hour, who carry compassion and humanity into the system, often starved of both. They do this work not because it is easy, not because it is well paid, but because it is essential, because without them, our society does not work. Conference, today we face a crisis in social care, not because of those workers, but because of years of underfunding, fragmentation and undervaluing of their contribution. That is why steps taken by our Labour government matter. The first cross-party roundtable in the Independent Commission of Social Care, commitment to build a national care service, and the creation of adult social negotiating body, a fair pay agreement that can truly be a game changer for the sector. This is progress and shows what can happen when we choose hope over division and when the government listens to those on the front line. But conference, we must go further. Vacancies in adult social care have risen to 131,000. Recruitment is collapsing, retention is collapsing. We cannot build a national care service unless we value those and protect the people who make it possible. It means recognising the role of migrant workers who have kept the vital services running. It means rejecting scapegoating, and it means ensuring that migration rules do not make the bad situation worse. We cannot afford to drive away the very people who hold the system together. Conference, there is a different way. We can choose to say, if you leave your family to care for ours, this country will care for you. If you bring your labour, your love, your life into our communities, you will not live in fear. In Labour's Britain, the route to settlement will be fair, humane and just. And we can choose to say, the care workers, all care workers, deserve dignity, they deserve security, and they deserve the power to stand up to bad employers without looking over their shoulders. Because this is not just about social care. This is about what we stand for as people. It is about principle. It's about values. And it's about the kind of nation we want to be. Do we want to be a nation that tears down the very people who hold us together, or do we want to be a nation that honours their work, rewards their compassion and lifts them up? I say it must be the latter. So, conference, let's rise to the challenge. Let's say loudly and without apology, dignity in social care is not an optional, it's essential. Funding, respect and protection, not tomorrow but today. Britain is a nation that stands tall because it refuses to push down people who we all depend on. Let's stand for fairness, let's stand for dignity, and let's stand for social care. I move.
Chair, Conference, Joe Pitchford, GMB, seconding Composite 13 on staffing and adult social care. Conference, I want to share a story from one of our members who told me about a carer in their mum's care home who had left her own family in India to do this very demanding job on the same low pay as every other care worker. But now she is being told to leave. So when we talk about care visas and migrants, let's remember no worker is a problem. It's the broken care system after years of Tory austerity and privatisation that's the problem. We have a staffing vacancy black hole of more than 131,000 carers, and pay is still just pennies above the minimum wage. 2/3 of care workers have told GMP they cannot continue working until retirement, because inadequate and vague guidance on staffing levels without ratios leaves overworked and underpaid carers suffering attacks, fatigue and physical injury. For the UK not to have legal, safe staffing levels in care is scandalous. It's a dereliction of duty to both care workers and our loved ones they care for. But for us to match the safe staffing levels in other countries, like Japan, we need more than 350,000 new care workers. This will never happen unless we provide central public funding to allow Labour's fair pay agreement in social care to raise care worker wages above poverty levels. Conference, stand with social care workers no matter where they come from. Support this composite. I second.
Morning, Chair, Conference, Linda Hobson, moving Composite Motion 11 on behalf of Unison. Conference, we all want the Make Work Pay agenda to be a success. In some areas, great progress is being made, but other parts need much more attention from the government. In particular, the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation. This is more than a slogan, more than an election promise. Bringing public services back in-house where they belong has wide appeal across the electorate. But Conference, what we cannot afford is services going the other way. Regrettably, outsourcing is still happening in many parts of our public services. In recent months, Unison has been involved in a series of campaigns against subsidiary companies in the NHS, a subject very close to the members I work alongside and represent back at home. Subcos are a vehicle for the NHS trusts to exploit a VAT loophole and to cut back on staff pay and terms and conditions. In March this year, NHS England began a new push for subcos. Desperate trusts once again expected to set them up, push staff into them, predominantly low-paid women and black workers. But Conference, there is power in our union. The response from health workers has been phenomenal. Campaigns fought in various parts of England. So Conference, I want to pay particular tribute to members of my union in Dorset who stood up to the managers of their trusts last Wednesday when they voted a massive 94% in favour of strike action. A clear rejection of this policy. In Conference, it is good to report that we have made ministers listen. Because this government has responded. On Friday, at the prompting of the Health Secretary, NHS England wrote to NHS Trust stating that all subco plans must be put on hold and they can only go ahead in the future if there is staff approval. Of course, Unison will not stop criticising subco plans. and we will continue to campaign against them in the future. But this is an important change from government, one that recognises the views of Unison and other unions and is one we can welcome. The challenge now for workers, for unions and for those who want to see our NHS remain public is to ensure that trusts follow the latest guidance and also put a stop to the more conventional privatisation. Conference, we are fully aware of the struggles in the NHS and understand the state of our public services were left by the Tories, but health workers will not accept outsourcing. The time has come for the government to come good on its promises and deliver that insourcing commitment. I move. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Fazana Jummer, GMB, seconding this composite. This motion is about something that should not be happening anywhere, and especially not in our NHS, and that is a two-tier workforce. Labour has rightly promised to reinstate and strengthen the two-tier workforce code of not being treated less favourably, so that workers' pay, terms and conditions are protected if they are outsourced. But some employers are yet to get that message. AGH Solutions is one of those. They are wholly owned by Airedale Hospital NHS Trust, and their workers are GMB members, and these are the people that keep the hospital running. But AGH deny these porters, cleaners and caterers the terms and conditions of the NHS staff that they work alongside. And unfortunately, it's always the low-paid workers who get treated like this. It's unfair and exploitative. If you can run a hospital, you can afford to pay your staff fairly and equally. Outsourcing and two-tier systems are no way to run public services. It hurts morale, creates division within the workforce and tells hard-working people they do not matter. So from tomorrow, our GMB members at Airedale Hospital will be back on strike until they win equal treatment they are entitled to. I want to say thanks to our Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, for listening to our members and announcing he will limit NHS outsourcing in the future. There is always much more to be done. So let's finish the job and bring about the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation that our government has promised us. Conference, please support.
Good morning, Conference. My name is James Smith, and I'm a proud representative of Crewe and Nantwich CLP, and I'm privileged to move the motion on NHS dentistry. Conference, it is regretful that I have to report to you that NHS dentistry is broken and is not fit for purpose. It is a system that has suffered many years of willful neglect and has cuts and no longer works for patients and those who work in it. I am an NHS dentist, so I see the issues and I experience them every single day. And whoever thought that in 2025 it would be commonplace for people to remove their own teeth? Now, I think our message as a conference to the Tories, who are the architects of this intolerable situation, should be shame on you. The most common cause of a hospital admission for children is to have a tooth extraction under a general anaesthetic. Now, it's all too common in the surgery to see young children who have to have multiple teeth removed, and this just doesn't have an impact on the child there and then, but also missed school days, difficulty eating, and wider developmental issues. It's vital that we deliver on our manifesto pledge to introduce supervised toothbrushing in early years education, building on the pioneering work of experts like Professor Zoe Marshman from the University of Sheffield. Now, this will inevitably generate opposition from other parties, but we've got a moral mission to stand up to opposition wherever it comes from, because this is simply far too important to shy away from. Access to NHS dentistry has now become a representation of societal inequalities in Britain as a whole, with the poor being able to not afford care and the rich being able to get it whenever they need it. The party's pledged to deliver 700,000 new urgent care appointments as a start, but to close this gap, full NHS contract reform is essential. It is in our party's DNA to close disparities in society, and we cannot afford to fail. Because, conference, you know what the final nail in the coffin would be? A reform government. I don't know about you, conference, but I'm not willing to accept the status quo, and we as a Labour Party have a huge responsibility and duty to get NHS dentistry back on its feet and to make DIY dentistry a thing of the past and to end this Dickensian practice once and for all. Thank you, conference.
Good morning, conference. I, Callum Edwards of Bury St Edmunds CLP, proudly second this motion. Any dental professional will tell you oral health affects general health. General health being available at point of need has been a core value of our NHS, so I believe oral health should also be available at point of need. Thank you.
Okay, I will go in rounds of 3. If you could just indicate if you'd like to speak, please, and I'll look to get a variety of people. The lady in the middle holding up the white paper. The lady with the disability steward. And right at the very back, in the mustard top, the very back. I'll come round again. Thanks. At the very back, yeah.
Good morning, conference. I just want to say something quickly. Last night I had a problem with my eye. This morning I called up 111. I got really good support. I used my NHS app to locate my medication and I picked it up just now from the chemist. That's just an example of great NHS service. Thank you, guys. So, conference, after 14 years of conservative neglect, millions of people have been left in pain, unable to see a dentist when they need one. 13 million people in England have an unmet need for dentistry. That's 13 million. Parents ringing every practice in town, children living on painkillers, pensioners pulling out their own teeth. That is the reality of Tory Britain. And what did the Conservative offer? A so-called new patient premium. £88 million wasted on a gimmick that delivered nothing. Nothing. This is a party that left both patients and dental professionals betrayed. They let waiting lists spiral, they let dental care collapse, and they condemned millions of silent suffering. And what about reform? No plan for dentistry, no plan for our NHS. In fact, they want people to pay thousands more for healthcare. That's the choice they offer. Pay up or put up with the pain. Conference, only Labour can fix this crisis. Only Labour can be trusted to rebuild NHS dentistry and make it fit for the future. Conference, no one in Britain should be left pulling out their own teeth. No parent should have to choose between their child's pain and their bank balance. With Labour, we will restore NHS dentistry and put the smile back in Britain. So I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Can I ask all speakers to make sure you stick to the time, please, so I can get as many people in as possible?
Good morning, Conference. My name is Mary Aspinall. I'm a Cabinet Member in Plymouth for Health and Adult Social Care. When Labour took control of Plymouth City Council again in May 2023, we had a private Cabinet meeting and decided where we were going forward and what would be our priorities. We really considered lots of things. But the one thing close to my heart was we decided to set up a dental task force in Plymouth. At that time, we had over 22,000 people on the waiting list for an NHS dentist in Plymouth. And in fact, recently, the ICB has closed that down, so we don't know exactly how many people are waiting now. The task force included some people who worked within the profession. We've got a dental school in Plymouth, so we made sure we invited them. And their social enterprise department was able to help with some of the care that was needed. We initially launched a scheme that any child in primary school could apply to go along. And unfortunately, it wasn't as well supported as we thought it would be. So, the dental task force had various people on it, and we met every couple of months to see how we progress. Since that time, the dental school enterprise scheme has been able to work with us, and we are hoping in October to be able to open a training establishment for dentists. And there will be some people on the list will be dealt with, but particularly looked after children are going to be eligible for checks. We also, obviously, like everybody, have an emergency dental service. That is overrun, but fortunately, we've received some extra money so that we can maybe expand that. The Labour plan is working, and we hope that we will get sorted. But, Minister, Secretary of State, I would like to invite you to Plymouth so that you can come along to a supervised brushing scheme where I'm sure you'll be entertained by Bob the Badger, because the children just love this. It's a very repetitive song, but you keep it in your brain for a long time. Right, there we are, folks, you've all heard.
That's a really good plug, but you must wind up now.
Thank you. Can I just say, we must support this motion. We can't allow this to carry on. The dental contract needs looking at very seriously. And I hope, Minister, Secretary of State, you'll be asking for people that are the users to come and help get that right.
Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Anne Leadham, North Hereford CLP, lifelong member of this party. Conference, let me tell you a story that will confirm Labour is making a difference. My husband had to endure a catheter for 4 years because he had an enlarged prostate and could not pee. So many visits to the A&E because the catheter was blocked, costing the NHS £500 every time. I sensed the men in the hall understand the indignity of the situation. We were told it would be years before he could have surgery. Then a miracle happened. Labour came to power. Within a month, he was seen by a wonderful consultant and operated on within 4 weeks. He has other medical conditions that are being treated on a regular basis. This is a story about giving someone back his dignity and the quality of life, and Labour did that. As a retired nurse, I could see the pressure the staff were under, always apologising about the lack of progress, frustrated because they could not care for their patients properly. It was not their fault, it was the Tories. Lack of investment, lack of support for the health service. We must shout it from the rooftops, on the streets, using social media. Labour is the only party that will improve the health of this nation. Reform want to privatise the NHS, and the Tories don't care. Remember Matt Hancock? Conference. Be proud of our achievements in such a short time and celebrate that the health of the British people is safe in our hands. Thank you, Conference. Also, support the motion.
I'm going to go around again. If you would like to speak, blue jumper at the front, right at the very back in the middle, and over here on the right. Yep, man in the suit. Can I just remind you to stick to the time, please, so we can get as many speakers as possible? It's very much appreciated.
Oops. Conference, Brady McCreary United Union, speaking in support of Composite 11 and subsidiary companies. I work in a local authority in Northern Ireland, and we too are facing the threat of outsourcing, just like the hospital next door to us. At Conference, the drive to introduce subcodes into the NHS and local authorities must stop. It is part of the same failed ideas that have driven our public services to crisis over this past decades. Cuts to services, pay a tax, and disastrous outsourcing. Conference Labour has promised the biggest wave of insourcing in a generation. Yet more outsourcing through subsidiary companies risks the opposite. Subcos are privatisation by the back door. They hit the lowest paid, the hardest, they break up national pay conditions and do nothing for services, whatever hollow assistance they launch. We know this because we fought it. We fought and won insourcing of 1,800 circle workers at Bart's Hospital. We stood with colleagues at Together in Kent, who struck to win equality and directly employed workers. We brought housing repair workers back in-house in Stoke-on-Trent. We defeated subco plans at Firmly and many other trusts and councils, and we will do it again. In Northern Ireland this year, public sector workers took strike action to defend our servicing from underfunding and neglect. The announcement this week from the NHS in England of a change in the national guidance on subcos is welcome, but it's not enough. We don't want a pause, we want an end. We want existing subcos brought back in-house. Public service workers have had enough. Stop outsourcing. Support this composite. Thank you.
Peter Bond, London black cab driver, proud of it, and a United Union delegate. A lack of accessible and affordable dental care is a global crisis, affecting 3.7 billion people worldwide, causing pain, discomfort, and impacting overall health and quality of life. I'm a working class cab driver. I was born on a council estate, Peckwater Estate in Kentish Town. Who do I believe? Action Aid, Amnesty UK, Amnesty International, Yes Din, Bexalem, Francesca Albanese, UN Rapporteur, all calling genocide, occupation, apartheid in Palestine and the West Bank. I'm calling on Mr. Streeting to allow any Palestinian with any health issue to be allowed to flown over here at the cost of the UK government and treated. Umkhonto we Sizwe, the spear of the nation, was led by Nelson Mandela, Mandiba. He was called a terrorist by the British government and many others. He said on his release, "No one is free until all Palestinians are free." Free Palestine. Thank you very much.
Hello, conference. I'm speaking in support of Composite 4. At 13 years old, I was playing hockey when I walked straight into somebody's backswing and I lost my front teeth. At the very age you start caring about your appearance, I was left with a smile full of gaps. And what made it worse, it was school picture day before I could actually get my teeth fixed. But here's my point. Because of the last Labour government, I was treated quickly on the NHS and I got my smile back. That gave me the confidence to laugh, to speak up, and to be myself. Now imagine being that 13-year-old today, waiting in pain, embarrassed to open your mouth, scared to speak in case somebody points and laughs at you, parents unable to get an appointment at all. My good friend Jacob said to me, "When you can't smile, people never meet the real you. The confident, charismatic side of you always stays hidden, and you wonder why people are depressed, out of work, and afraid to speak up." He's right. Dentistry isn't just about teeth. It's about dignity. It's about opportunity. It's about mental health. Conference. A confident smile shouldn't be a privilege reserved for those who can afford it. Some of the most costly dental work in this country is only available to people with deep pockets or those happy to come back from holiday beaming with turkey teeth. Under reform, the risk is clear. The rich will keep their dazzling smiles while the rest of us are left hiding theirs. Under Labour, we must ensure that everyone, every child, every parent, every pensioner has access to the dental care that they need, not just those who can pay for it. Conference, let's send a clear message. Dentistry is not a luxury, it is a right. And friends, this motion, and with this motion, that right can be restored. Thank you.
Hiya, conference. I'd like to announce that I live in Plymouth, and the dental school that Mary Aspinall went about, I was able to use. It took 3 weeks to have it, but for 3 weeks I had a really bad broken tooth. On a daily basis with that dental school, that Plymouth Council and Luke Pollard campaigns, my dentist closed down. It was one of the few NHS dentists left. Our campaign in Plymouth to increase NHS dentists is good. The message I left afterwards, the treatment there, I said, why not make it policy that for the first 2 or 3 years they become a dentist, a portion of them are given NHS dentistry. We continue in Plymouth to work this, and I must say, it is fantastic service that dentist school gives. They are dentists who go there to be trained, and my tooth was a complication, took 45 minutes. So I like to say well done to the Plymouth Mary Aspinall and Plymouth Labour Party. We need more of these dental schools in this country so that other parts of the country can benefit by them.
Please indicate if you'd like to speak again. The red hair, green jacket, can see. At the back, pink shirt. Yeah. In the middle here. Yeah. Thanks.
Conference. For too long, NHS dentistry has been neglected, left broken by 14 years of Conservative failure. Across the country, patients are being forced to queue around the block, suffering in pain just for the chance to see a dentist. For far too many, there's no appointment available at all. This is not just unacceptable, it's a national scandal. Labour is already working hard to end this misery, with a plan to get 700,000 extra dental appointments rolled out nationwide, to get patients the care they desperately need. But prevention is vital too. That's why I'm backing this motion to expand the supervised toothbrushing scheme for up to 600,000 children in our most deprived areas, tackling tooth decay early and giving every child a healthier start. But most of all, I'm backing this motion because it will renegotiate a broken dental contract with a £20,000 golden hello to bring dentists back to the NHS, bring health equality back to the country. This Labour government is committed to getting NHS dentistry back on its feet and building a service that is fit for the future. Because good oral health isn't a privilege, it's a right. With this motion, it will be one again. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Charlotte from Bury North, and I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Having worked in the care sector for over 15 years in both private and the charity sector, and having had experience of caring for loved ones, I'm speaking in favour on the motion for staffing in adult social care. I'm a proud member of GMB who are backing this motion, and I echo Joe's moving words about a broken care system. I wholly agree that privatisation has led to low pay and poor conditions. During COVID, we saw turnover reach record highs. We saw over 100 legislation changes in as many days. We saw highly experienced and wonderful staff leaving the profession for entry-level positions with similar hourly rates. We saw previous governments call our workforce unskilled and low-skilled, when we all know that they really meant underpaid and low paid. For our unpaid carers, they are spending in excess of 35 hours a week, often neglecting their own emotional and physical health, whilst they are propping up our health and social care system and advocating for the safe and effective care and treatment for their loved ones. They deserve recognition for what they do. We all know that illness and disability does not discriminate. We have a beautifully diverse workforce, which is filled with caring and compassionate people from all walks of life. We need to ensure that our social care workforce remains diverse and representative of the wonderful communities that we support. This can only be achieved through fair pay and working conditions, and retaining our brilliant workforce and recognising that carers and unpaid carers are vital to the success of our country and NHS. Conference, please support this motion and of all of our brilliant carers. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. My name is Bala Britamere, and I'm representing the Hatsime CLP. It's my first time at the Labour Party conference, first time delegate and first time speaker. I'm speaking in support of Composite Motion 13, Staffing and Adult Social Care. Adult social care is very close to my heart, very dear to my heart. I worked with Age UK Barnet, and I also worked as a social prescribing link worker with the GP Federation and London Borough of Barnet, and also volunteer with the local food banks. Amidst the crucial role I held in each of these positions, there was a very high demand in service, and it was very vital while I was dealing with each of the elderly clients to be mindful, to actively listen, and show an extra layer of empathy, which they all appreciated. I most respectfully commend the Labour Party for their commitment and dedication to ensuring that adult social care and staffing is also being made priority. Thank you. Please, conference, I humbly ask that you support this motion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates, for such passionate contributions, and I'm sorry that we couldn't include more speakers because of the time. So, moving on, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to speak to yourselves our Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeton.
Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference. We stand on the shoulders of giants. What Bevan and Attlee did in the aftermath of war was an act of courage as well as conviction. Facing down their opponents in the Conservative establishment, they made a powerful choice founded on fairness: to create a national health service, to provide the people of our country with the care they need, not just the care they can afford. A promise that whoever you are, whatever your background, whatever your income, when you fall ill, you will never have to worry about the bill. I'm here today to defend that promise. And friends, we are in the fight of our lives, not just for the NHS or even for the survival of this government, but for everything we believe in. It is a battle of progressives against reactionaries, patriotism versus nationalism, hope, not hate. Our country is being confronted with choices about who we are and what we stand for. And nowhere do those choices come together more starkly than our National Health Service. The founding principles of the NHS are now contested for the first time in generations. Farage wants to replace the NHS with an insurance system. His vision for healthcare is a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. Well, it might be all right for Mr. Moneybags. We know he can afford it. But what about those who can't? We should know by now that man is a con artist, posing as the voice of the people whilst working for the interests of the powerful. And be in no doubt, it's not reform he's offering, it's retreat. He says we can't afford in this century the National Health Service we could afford in the last. Well, if that's the fight Farage wants, I say bring it on. So today I'm not here simply to defend a service, but to uphold our values.
A publicly funded public service, free at the point of use, back on its feet and fit for the future. Those are Labour's values, those are Britain's values, and this is a fight we will win. But friends, we must win another fight too, one against the poison of post-truth politics. At Reform's conference, a discredited doctor claimed that the COVID vaccine gave our royal family cancer. And this man wasn't just some fringe figure, he's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in this, the 21st century. When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling. But it's not just the NHS he's coming for, it's the people who make the NHS. If you earn less than 60 grand a year and came from abroad, Farage wants you gone. The doctors, the porters, the nurses, the people who care for us in our hour of need and kept this country going when everything else stopped, tearing families apart, our friends, our neighbours. Last week, I received a letter from a consultant at Great Ormond Street Children's Hospital. He spent the last 3 decades here caring for children, but now tells me that Reform's health policy is making him consider leaving our country. He wrote, "Please use your office to ensure that those who've made their lives here in good faith can continue to care for patients without fear." Fear. So, as our country's Health and Social Care Secretary, let me address him and his colleagues directly. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Farage says go home, we say you are home. I've got your back, we've got your back, and at the next election, we'll send Farage packing. I think they might have heard that at Great Ormond Street Hospital. But here's the challenge we've got. Farage is counting on us to fail. He wants to say, well, if a Labour government can't deliver on the NHS, then it's time to do away with Labour and the NHS. Well, I've got bad news for you, Nigel. Delivering on the NHS is what Labour governments do, and this Labour government is delivering the change we promised. We promised 2 million more appointments, we've delivered 5 million. We promised an extra 1,000 GPs, we've delivered 2,000. We promised to cut waiting lists and they're falling for the first time in 15 years. 6,500 more mental health workers, 7,000 more doctors, 13,000 more nurses and midwives. The cancer diagnosis standard met, GP satisfaction up, waiting times down. That is the difference a Labour government makes, and we're only just getting started. If you want to see that difference, just look across England's borders. While we're investing in AI, robotic surgery, new digital devices, and services, Scotland doesn't even have an NHS app. In Labour-led England, waiting lists are down. In Labour-led Wales, waiting lists are down. But in SNP Scotland, waiting lists are up after 18 years of nationalist failure. Shameful. So whether it's English nationalism with Reform, Scottish nationalism with the SNP, or Welsh nationalism with Plaid, we'll take them all on. With Anas in Scotland and Eluned in Wales, together we'll rebuild our NHS as a great British success story. But none of the progress we've made was inevitable. It's been hard won in the face of cynicism and timidity. Every major change has been met by a chorus of caution. Slow down, don't rush into it, it's all too difficult. Tomorrow, we're reforming general practice, so patients can request appointments online at any point during the day. Many GPs already offer this service because they've changed with the times. Why shouldn't booking a GP appointment be as easy as booking a delivery, a taxi or a takeaway? And our policy comes alongside £1 billion of extra funding for general practice and 2,000 extra GPs. Yet the BMA threatened to oppose it in 2025. Well, I'll give you this warning. If we give in to the forces of conservatism, they will turn the NHS into a museum of 20th century healthcare. We will always stand up for the interests of patients, and we won't back down. Now, it's true, we had a dire inheritance at the last general election, the worst since 1945. A broken economy, broken public services, and broken trust in politics itself. But we have an even more powerful inheritance in our party. Hope, optimism, courage. It's how the 1945 generation remade Britain after the war. And the test of our generation is to show that same courage, to prove that Britain is still capable of doing big things, giving people hope again. We're not here to manage decline, and my ambition isn't just to recover the NHS, but to rebuild it, to meet the challenges of the 21st century. So let me tell you what our 10-year plan for health means. It means giving patients more power and more choice and more convenience, not just for the many, but not for the many, not just for the many, not just the privileged few. Sorry there. It means putting the power of AI and data in the hands of NHS staff to bring our health service into the digital age. It means the NHS as a neighbourhood health service as much as a national health service, ending the 8 AM scramble with neighbourhood health centres open in the evenings and at weekends, offering face-to-face care to people, not just when they need it, but where they need it. It means early diagnosis and prevention. And modernisation isn't a betrayal of Bevan's legacy, it is its fulfilment. Because as the great man himself said, the NHS must always be changing, improving. And the truth is this, the next 10 years won't just bring a decade's worth of change in healthcare, it will bring centuries worth. Medicine is being transformed before our eyes. We now have genetic tests that can predict a child's risk of illness before they ever fall sick. We're on the brink of vaccines that could one day cure cancer. Weight loss jabs could help us finally defeat obesity. And this isn't just a medical revolution, it's an industrial revolution, a technological revolution, one that will shape the next century of jobs, industry, and public health. And governments across the world face a choice. It's not a choice between stop and go. Change is coming whether we like it or not. No, the real choice is this. Will this be a revolution for the few or for the many? Take just one example today, weight loss jabs. The wealthy talk about how they've transformed their health, their confidence, their quality of life. And half the House of Commons tea room talk about the impact they've had. Not in my case. But seriously, what about the millions who can't afford them? This is a return to the days when health was determined by wealth, when some had access to the best care money can buy, while others waited and suffered. And I say never again, because our historic duty and our modern mission is to ensure that the best science, the best healthcare, the best innovations are available, not just to some, but to all. So we will make the UK the home of the next generation of medical breakthroughs, discovered here, developed here, and delivered here on the NHS. Science is changing society, and we've got to change with it. Because when the NHS was founded, the average working person lived to just 65. They worked, they retired, and they died shortly after. But today, many of us can now look forward to something our grandparents only ever dreamed of: a life after work. The same is true for so many disabled people, surviving with conditions that would have cut their lives short, thanks to breakthroughs in medical science that allows them to not only survive, but to thrive. But friends, that hope demands action. Because if we want to match longer lives with better lives, then we must build a social care system to meet their needs. We've already begun to make that change. We've delivered the biggest uplift in carers allowance since the 1970s, an extra £2,000 for family carers because their work is not just loving, it is life-saving. We've installed new home adaptations in the homes of more than 15,000 disabled people, not just giving them new rails and chairlifts, accessible kitchens and bathrooms, but safety, dignity, independence, quality of life. And today, I can announce we will go further, because we will no longer accept a system built on poverty pay and zero-hour insecurity. We will back the first ever fair pay agreement for care workers, not just in law but in practice, starting with £500 million to deliver better pay, terms and conditions for care workers across our country, because the people who care for our loved ones should never have to struggle to care for their own. Let's also be clear about how this change has come about. They're sat down there, Unison and GMB, who stood up for care workers when no one else would. Friends, you can go back to your members and tell them with pride, this is a difference that Labour unions in government make. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And there's someone else who's made a real difference too, who understands the struggle care workers face because she was one. She brought that experience to the cabinet table as the care worker who became our country's Deputy Prime Minister. Angela Rayner, this achievement is yours. Thank you. We want her back as well. We'll definitely make sure she sees that. We need her back. In conference, I say this to you now, and to every family, every carer, every older and disabled person watching. So long as I hold this office, it will be the mission of this Labour government to build a national care service worthy of the name. And finally, we'll address the inequality in our National Health Service and our nation's health. Because if we fail to invest in public health and prevention, we will face a future where people are living longer lives, but in poorer health. And in the places with the deepest need, the NHS is at its most stretched, and the health of the people at its poorest. In the poorest parts of our country, there are an extra 300 patients per GP. 300 waiting, suffering. And the injustice doesn't stop there. A black woman in this country is twice as likely to die in childbirth than a white woman. A child born in Blackpool will now live 10 years fewer than a child born in Hampshire. 10 years. That is the unjust price paid by those who lost the lottery of life. And I stand here today as someone who beat those odds, the exception to the rule, who grew up on a council estate in poverty, had a great state education, made it to one of our country's best universities, and now sits around the cabinet table as part of the most working-class cabinet in British history. But conference, that's not enough. It's not enough for a few to beat the odds. Our party exists to change those odds for everyone. So the challenge of our generation is not just to add years to life, but to add life to those years. So as we rebuild the NHS, we're starting first where the need is greatest. As we reinvest billions saved from cutting waste, as we recruit new GPs, and as we build a new generation of neighbourhood health centres, they won't go to the places with the loudest lobbyists, but to the communities with the deepest deprivation. And we all know the biggest health inequalities are entrenched years before patients walk through the doors of the NHS. They're caused by poverty, poor diets, damp homes, dirty air. So this Labour government is tackling the sickness in our society. We're feeding the next generation with primary school breakfast clubs, so every child starts the day with a full stomach and a hungry mind. We're cutting pollution and cleaning up our air the children breathe to preserve our planet for the future too. We're helping families heat their homes this winter with a warm homes discount that will reach millions more. We're guaranteeing sick pay from day one because no one should have to choose between getting better and getting paid. And with the expansion of free school meals, we are lifting 100,000 children out of poverty. The Tories didn't do it. Reform would undo it. That is the difference a Labour government makes. Now we know some will say the challenges are too great, too expensive, it's too hard. But throughout our history, it has always been Labour, always, that rose to meet the moment. It was Labour that built the NHS out of the ashes of war. It was Labour that saved it in 1997, and it falls to Labour to save it now. We asked our country to put their trust in us, not because the challenges are easy, but precisely because they are hard. And modernisation, it's not a technocratic mission, it is a moral mission, because we do not believe in two-tier healthcare. We do not believe your postcode should determine your prognosis. We do not believe that the size of your wallet should decide the length of your life. We are making the NHS fit for the future, a service that sees people sooner, treats them better and gives them back more years of life. A service rebuilt in the image of our values, universal, publicly funded, free at the point of use, available to all, owned by all, working for all. Those are my values, they're the NHS's values and they are Britain's values. Conference. I'll just end with this. The fight against poverty and injustice, reactionaries and nationalists, prejudice and hatred, this is our fight. It has always been our fight. So we will not flinch. We will not fail. We will rebuild our national health and rebuild Britain for our time, for all time, for everyone. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Wes, for such an inspiring speech. It was clearly very well received. Thank you very much for that. Conference, we will now move on to the votes in the order that they were debated. So, for Composite 2, cleaning up our communities, fly tipping, those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Composite 13, staffing in adult social care. Those in favour? Any against? That's also carried. Composite 11, subsidiary companies and insourcing. Those in favour? Any against? That's carried. Thank you. Composite 4, NHS dentistry. Those in favour? Any against? That's also carried. Thanks very much. And for the animations. Conference, I just want to remind delegates about the requirements around the leader's speech. The hall doors will be closed over lunch, so please do not leave any belongings in the hall over lunch because they will be removed. The hall will be reopened as soon as you are as soon as possible, but please remember that you will not be able to bring any large bags into the room. Only delegates with tickets will be admitted into the hall for the leader's speech, and seats not taken in good time will be filled. So I'd encourage you to get back in the hall as soon as possible. Delegates and those with tickets to come back into the hall very quickly. There's also a screening room in the auditorium 1A of the ACC for those who are not in the hall. Conference, thank you. We are now adjourned.
It's interesting to see how he pitches it today. It's a big moment, it always is, and also an opportunity for Keir Starmer to really try and set out, what his premiership is about. So to get a bit more on that, our political editor Beth Rigby is here. Good to see you, Beth.
Nice to see you.
What are you expecting to hear from Keir Starmer then?
Well, I think the first thing to say about this speech is I'm not expecting loads of policy. I think there'll be some, but I think it's rather that this is going to be, I think, a very personal and very political speech, and it's a bit of what Reeves was doing yesterday. And why? Well, it's a Prime Minister that's had a torrid few weeks. He's an underdog now. He's really battling against reform. He's battling against his own party. He himself admitted to me a few months ago that one of the failings of the first year of government, of Labour government for him, was a failure for his government to tell their story, as he put it. And I think part of today will be an attempt to address that and try and set out a vision in order to try and convince his party, to convince the voters, but also to give his party something to go and fight for on the doorstep. And there's definitely a sense around here that this is a PM, if you talk to people around him that knows he's an underdog, he knows he's on the ropes and he's going to come out kind of fighting a bit. So that will be interesting to see, because he's not by nature particularly passionate in his delivery, right?
Yeah.
He's quite a restrained man, but I have noticed in certain points or certain subjects he can get really quite passionate. So let's see what he brings to that stage today.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because that's probably something they want to capture. It feels like we're in an era of politics where that's almost what we're expecting from our politicians. I mean, you see that with Nigel Farage, and I'm interested to see. It feels to me like they're pitching this conference as Labour versus Reform. Yeah. Like, Labour are the only ones who can beat Reform.
Yes, and I think that this will be a massive theme in the speech. And, we've seen some words from the speech, the idea that we are at a fork in the road, the fight for the soul of the nation. It's an argument, really, that this battle between Labour or even progressives and Reform is bigger than the Prime Minister, it's bigger than the Labour Party. And I think what we're going to see today is Keir Starmer trying to make his case for his vision of Britain versus how he will try to frame Farage's Britain. And I think that's what this speech will do, Sophie. I think it's going to try to attempt to, at least, take us on this journey. So if you start with the fork in the road, here are your paths, which one are you going to take? And then along Starmer's path to where he wants to get to, I think there will be admissions that things are going to be difficult. And I think there will be a message to the party about that, about difficult choices, defence of the fiscal rules, and then there will be kind of how difficult it is going to be to try and sort of see off Farage. So I think you're going to get a bit of all of that, and then maybe towards the end you will get this idea of what he thinks his Britain can look like. But I have to say, 14 months into a government, we're still having almost
introduction speech.
Yeah, an introductory speech or an election pitch, or it's quite interesting that 14 months in they're still having to try and sketch out what the Labour government's trying to do, which I think obviously reflects why his party are getting really frustrated with him.
You and I have done a few conferences now. I actually worked out yesterday that I think I've done 45, which is quite chilling, I'll be honest.
I don't think you're old enough to have done 45.
Exactly, I'm only 27.
It's tiny.
But what I'm interested, because look, we spent a few days here now, and Beth, I'm interested because look, you spent time talking to different members of the cabinet, MPs, delegates. How do you think the mood is?
Good question. I mean, I think there's a few things to say on that. I think there is an admission that this is proving much more difficult than they maybe anticipated. And if you think about a year ago when we came to conference and it was meant to be the big celebratory post-election Labour landslide win and this celebratory, already they were mired in problems around Freebiegate. You remember all of those difficulties. The Prime Minister was in the process of ejecting his Chief of Staff. And I know that people won't know who that was. Well, it's actually Sue Gray, so viewers might know who she was, because obviously Sue Gray did the Partygate report. But you know, there was turmoil within Number 10, and there was a sort of sense of frustration that this government hadn't quite hit the ground running, to say the least. And I think actually, if anything, it's gone backwards since then. So, bluntly, I think there's a sort of a sense of frustration, a bit despairing. But I think what has been curious about all of it is that what has actually galvanised this conference has been the whole Burnham saga in the run-up to it. And the reason I say that is actually there is a growing sense in the party. It's been building over the summer, and then it was, what's the word, intensified by the Rayner resignation and then the mess over Peter Mandelson. That, you know, it's like, is Keir Starmer the right man for the times? Is he the right guy to take on Nigel Farage? So there is chat about leadership. There is. They can't deny it's there. But I think that Andy Burnham, giving that interviews, particularly in the Telegraph, where he was so openly challenging Keir Starmer, has actually brought this conference together weirdly, because it's kind of unified everyone behind Starmer, and it's kind of given everyone a sense like, oh, come on, Keir Starmer, off you go. So actually, I think that that's been a benefit. But I do think that, and I think there has been a desire for everyone that it works well, partly because it's been so bad. But I do think that delegates and the parliamentary party, they're looking for something from Starmer that is actually vision and leadership, and giving them an argument to take to the country. And I wonder if we will get a bit more of that today, Sophie. And the reason I say that is because they seem to be pivoting from a way of criticising reform around competency, or they're not going to be very good at government. And people are like, yeah, but we wanted change and you are not the change. And now they're trying to make it an argument about the values of Britain. And so he's really making it a much more political fight against Farage. I don't know if that's that comfortable territory for Starmer. It's not, you know him.
He's quite reserved in some ways, isn't he?
He's a bit, you know, he likes to follow a process. He's rational. He's not necessarily instinctive and emotional. But I think they're beginning to realise that they need to take the fight that way in order to get heard.
It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Beth, you need to get into the hall. Thank you very much for being with us, as always. Beth Ruby there, our political editor. Well, as Beth was saying, there is an awful lot of pressure on the Prime Minister, as there always is in conference speeches, but particularly, I think, when they're trying to change the narrative of the government. And we've already seen a glimpse of how they've been doing that. We had the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, who addressed conference a little while ago. He had some warm words, this is interesting, for the party's former deputy leader, Angela Rayner, after she left government earlier this year in the wake of a row over tax she paid on her property. Let's listen to what he said.
And there's someone else who's made a real difference too, who understands the struggle care workers face because she was one. She brought that experience to the cabinet table as the care worker who became our country's Deputy Prime Minister. Angela Rayner, this achievement is yours. Thank you. And we want her back as well.
That was Wes Streeting there, wanting Angela Rayner back. Not perhaps the message that Number 10 were hoping to get. They were, of course, having the deputy leadership contest right now between two different women. Well, let's look ahead to the Prime Minister's speech, shall we? And talk a little bit about what we're expecting to hear from Keir Starmer in about 15 minutes' time. We're joined now by the Labour MP for Brent Central, Dawn Butler, and the Labour MP for Newcastle upon Tyne North, that is Catherine McKinnell. Great to have you both with us. Dawn, what are you hoping to hear from Keir Starmer?
I'm hoping to hear some hope, positivity, how the whole country can get involved in the future direction of where we're going. I hope that if he's going to mention reform, I'd rather he doesn't, but I'm sure he is, then be honest about who they are, what they stand for, and that the country's bigger and better than what they project.
You say you hope he doesn't mention reform. I just wondered why.
Because I'm kind of sick and tired of the Labour government centering reform in all of our discussions and policies. We should be focusing on what we're doing as a Labour government, the direction of travel where we want to go, and the positive legislative things that we're going to do. And so people understand what we stand for. And I think that's more important than anything else.
What are you hoping to hear from the speech?
So, similar, there's what I'm hoping to hear. I think what my constituents need to hear, what people in the North East want to hear, what people need to hear everywhere is that we're a government that hears them, that we're on their side, and that we're going to deliver. And, I think we're 1 year on from a really significant election that brought in a Labour government, and there's lots of big ideas about where we want to go and what we want to achieve. So I think there's that long-term challenge of taking the country in a better direction. But I also think there's that short-term challenge of making people feel both the change or even just that it's going in that direction.
What is the change? Because I feel a little bit like, you hear a lot from Keir Starmer about we've got a big plan, things need to, but what is the change? What's the specific, what are you talking about, if that makes sense?
I think, stability is change for one. I think not having,
let's be honest.
Well, quite. So I think creating stability, I think is really important, because I think people want to see change, but they also, in order to build that change, you need a really stable economy. You need people with confidence to invest. You need people with confidence to go out and spend money in the local economy to build their better life. But if there's not that confidence, then people won't do that and we won't move forward. So I think stability is change in and of itself, because we had so much chaos for so long, and I think people need to really remember that. But also we need to see change in so many areas, and we are already seeing it. In the NHS, people do stop me and say, tell Wes, thanks for all the extra appointments. Because they genuinely are finding it better to get through. In schools, people have been so grateful for the breakfast clubs, for the childcare. So we are making the change. I think people just need to feel it and make sure everybody feels it, and we bring everybody with us.
Conference speeches are always tricky, aren't they? Because look, they're about policy and they're about messaging, but they're also about, I guess, kind of like vibes, if that makes sense. How the leader projects himself.
There's been a few disastrous ones over the years.
Yeah, right. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah.
And in this kind of, we were just talking about it with Beth. In this kind of new era of politics, you do have these slightly more swashbuckling politicians taking to the stage and kind of grabbing the attention from people. Do you think we're going to hear a bit more from that from Keir Starmer, or do you think actually it's just not who he is? So
he's not really sort of your razzmatazz sort of glam kind of politician, but also he needs to not be depressing, not talk about the hard choices, because actually it's not that difficult or hard not to be racist, to promote anti-racism. It's not that difficult to be, pro-LGBTQI plus rights. It's not that difficult. What it is a desire and a will. Poverty is a political choice. We don't need to have people who are living in abject poverty in the UK. And so, we can be very positive and upbeat. And if the messaging is there, it doesn't matter if it's not too upbeat or singing and dancing. And, and also, he's not going to be able to compete with other politicians that can do that kind of thing. Yeah. So be your authentic self. The messaging and the policies is what's really important.
Can I ask you what you made of the Shabana Mahmood speech yesterday and the changes to immigration policy? Are you kind of comfortable with the direction that Labour's going on that?
Okay, so I haven't studied what Shabana Mahmood said yesterday.
It was mainly around indefinite leave to remain and saying that, you know, you have to do like fluent English, community service and be kind of a net contributor, if that makes sense.
I think part of the problem with what I read, and I've only read the headlines, is that some of it's already embedded in legislation, so you already have to learn English. That's already part of it. You already have to take an English test and all of that. So I think it's comparing the reality with the rhetoric, and there's no need for us to go down that road, right? There's no need for us to try and out-reform and their negative racist narrative. There's no need for that. We are a compassionate country and we need to treat people like human beings, and we need to have a fair system. Now, as long as we have those components, people will be fine with it.
What do you make of the chatter around Andy Burnham at conference?
I think in what I said about stability, I think says it all, in that I think, you know, we had that election, we need to get on and deliver the things that we said we were going to do. And I mean, the last thing I want is a revolving door at number 10. We saw where that got us to. It was a disaster on a personal scale in terms of government not being able to deliver, but also I think for the country as a whole, it held us back, it knocked us back, and it knocked us back economically as well. So, you know, I don't think this is about any particular individual. I do think it's a good thing that we're having the deputy leadership election. I think it's important that we do have that discussion and debate within the party. That's what we're at conference for. And I'm quite excited about the opportunity of having that new voice at the table at a quite senior level. I'm supporting Bridget Phillipson. I think she'd be a great voice both for the North East, for children, for the country as a whole. But also, I just think she's a really strong woman. I think Lucy is too, and I'm quite excited about that.
I think they're both strong women, but I do think that we need somebody who's on the backbenches to be the deputy leader. So that's why I kind of think Lucy will be a better bet, because at least we need a campaigning chair. You know, at the end of the day, we're going to have a very difficult election in London next year, all out next year. We need someone who's going to go around and just do the campaigning and do the job and give the energy. And that's the thing with leadership, right? If you're not the person to be the vibesy person, find someone who is to be your deputy, to be your chair, and let that person do that. And that's how you get good people.
So we're not going to have a big debate around it, but you know, vibes are important, but I think action and delivery are too, and that's what I want to see.
I feel like we've had the whole, you know, both arguments out there ahead of the deputy leadership contest. Thank you both very much indeed. Great to have your perspectives on that speech and where we are today. That was Dawn Butler and Catherine McKinnell. So we've had, look, it does feel like the kind of energy in this room is starting to kind of slightly ramp up ahead of that Keir Starmer speech, 2 p.m. We're expecting to hear from him. And I think we've got a bit of a sense in that discussion about some of the things that are rumbling on in the background, you know, the desire for him to really connect with the country, and also, of course, to, I guess, put to one side any of those leadership conversations that are happening around Andy Burnham as well. We talked a bit about reform too, and I think it is pretty clear that Labour are trying to pitch themselves as the only party that can take on reform at the election. Nigel Farage has been mentioned in several of those key speeches in this conference so far. The Health Secretary was Streeting, for example, began his speech with some criticism of the party and warning of what he called a poisonous post-truth politics.
Farage wants to replace the NHS with an insurance system. His vision for healthcare is a system that checks your pockets before your pulse and asks for your credit card before your care. Well, it might be all right for Mr. Moneybags. We know he can afford it. But what about those who can't? We should know by now that man is a con artist, posing as the voice of the people whilst working for the interests of the powerful. We must win another fight too, one against the poison of post-truth politics. At Reform's conference, a discredited doctor claimed that the COVID vaccine gave our royal family cancer. And this man wasn't just some fringe figure, he's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in this, the 21st century. When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling.
That was worth streeting. I just want to bring the very latest from the US President Donald Trump, who's been speaking after the agreement with Israel on a potential deal for peace in Gaza. Let's just take a listen to what he had to say.
Well, we're going to do about 3 or 4 days. We'll see how it is. All of the Arab countries are signed up. The Muslim countries all signed up. Israel's all signed up. We're just waiting for Hamas. And Hamas is either going to be doing it or not. And if it's not, it's going to be a very sad end.
Do you have a deadline, Mr. President? Is there room to negotiate, or is this a take it or leave it deal? Is there room to negotiate with Hamas, or is this a take it or leave it deal?
You know, with Hamas, we want very simple. We want the hostages back immediately, and we want some good behavior. And, you know, it's pretty simple. You don't get simpler. Think of it. We've signed every country in the Middle East. This was like an impossible thing. It's never been done before. This is more than Gaza. Gaza was big stuff. But Gaza is a piece of it.
And if they reject the deal, you said that Israel has your backing to do whatever they need to do. What do you envision that
Let them go and do what they have to do. They can do it pretty easily. I would let them go and do what they have to do. You know, we've killed about 25,000 Hamas. So certainly they paid a big price for October 7th. And this is a whole new group. You know, they come in and they come in and they keep coming. But this is a whole different group. And their leadership has been killed 3 different times. So they paid a big price. We hope that they're going to have a nice, calm life. Maybe it won't happen. But if it does, it'll be one of the greatest things ever to happen. We'll have actual peace in the Middle East.
Are you preparing to take strikes against drug gangs in Venezuela, sir?
And we'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela's been very dangerous with drugs and with other things. And they've been very, very dangerous. So we'll see what happens with Venezuela. We had a lot of drugs coming in through water. We call it water drugs, just a simple term. We don't have any boats on the water. There are no boats. There are no fishing boats. There are no anything. So we hit a number of boats. You probably saw that. And since we did that, we have absolutely no drugs coming into our country via water because it was lethal. And now we'll look at cartels. We're going to look very seriously at cartels coming by land.
What do you plan to tell the Department of War in this address? Why gather all the generals in one place for a speech?
Well, this is only an esprit de corps. You know what esprit de corps is? This is only a spirit. We're going to be talking to him. Pete Hegseth is talking right now. I'm going to have to leave because I have to talk to him. But these are our generals, our admirals, our leaders. And it's a good thing. A thing like this has never been done before because they came from all over the world. And there's a little bit of expense, not much, but there's a little expense to that. We don't like to waste it. We'd rather spend it on bullets and rockets, frankly. But this was the one time we had to do a great spiritizing. It's going to be great. I've seen it already. We have every general, every admiral. We have great people. We have our real warriors over there. And when they're not good, when we don't think they're our warriors, you know what happens? We say, you're fired, get out. We had some real bad ones last time. You know, I rebuilt the military, the entire military. But I had a couple, and I had unbelievable people. To do that, you have to. But I had unbelievable people in there. But I also had some bad ones at the top, like Milley and Mattis and that Jesper. I called him too, always too late Jesper. He was horrible. So, but I learned because, you know, I was just in there and I put these people in. They were recommended by rhinos and others, and they're not good. What we have now is the best. But even despite that, I rebuilt the military in my first term. We had a great first term. We had the greatest economy ever, and it's being beaten by a lot this time. So I'm going over. I'm going to be meeting. I'm going to be meeting with generals and with admirals and with leaders. And if I don't like somebody, I'm going to fire him right on the spot.
Donald Trump speaking there after that proposed agreement for Gaza and the Middle East was announced yesterday between Israel and the United States. Donald Trump making it pretty clear now that it really hinges on the response of Hamas. He said that they have 3 or 4 days to respond to that. But in the meantime, we are, of course, in Liverpool, and we're counting down to the Prime Minister's big speech. We're expecting it at 2 o'clock, so any moment. And, of course, we'll take you to that as soon as he gets in front of that podium on the stage. In the meantime, we're joined by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's here with us now. Sam, what do you think Keir Starmer needs to do today?
He needs to convince people in the country, and he needs to convince people in the room in front of him, including some in his own cabinet. It is no mean feat that he has to achieve today. It has not been the most confident of starts. 14 months ago, he was elected by a landslide, and I think there are few people in this conference who would say that the opening phase of Keir Starmer's government has gone as it should. He hopes to effectively launch a new phase today. Now, I'm struck, Sophie, I was talking to a senior person in Downing Street half an hour ago. They are very confident about this speech, so let's see whether it matches up. There are 2 policy announcements in the speech. One we heard about, which was NHS Online, the ability to see specialists virtually. But there's another one. And this individual from Downing Street was particularly pleased that we hadn't been able to find it out.
Oh, so it's a complete surprise.
So there's a surprise, so lucky us. But I think more than that, what we need to know is what Keir Starmer stands for. And that's the kind of thing that political journalists like me say, and I wonder whether viewers at home think it sounds like a bit of a woolly thing to say. But what I mean by that is when you have to choose, because, for instance, money is tight, between one priority, say migration, and another, growth, which might require you to do policy differently, which way will he go? And the conundrum of Keir Starmer is that we've never really quite known. So will today's speech tell us a bit more about that, the journey that he's taking the country on? That's the kind of thing that we
I'm just looking at the stage so far, and it's quite interesting. You can see there the slogan, Renew Britain, and of course the flag, the Union Jack flag all across there. It feels like Labour is almost trying to, I guess, make an argument about patriotism, like throughout the whole conference, right?
Undoubtedly, it's their technique, their method, their argument about why Labour is a credible challenger to reform, which is, of course, the party of Nigel Farage that's leading in the polls. In a moment, I'm sure we'll see the front rows of the seats in that hall. You've got all of the cabinet sitting there with kind of waving flags, Union Jack flags. It's not very subtle, I have to be honest.
Sam, I've just been told by my producer in my ear that Andy Burnham's just left the conference. What do you make of that? Just before the Prime Minister's speech? Maybe it could be a bit of distraction?
I'm sure it is not the last we hear of Andy Burnham. And a lot of it will depend on what happens now when Keir Starmer and the team walk out on stage.
We can see a bit of a standing ovation there for that original video, the first video, and this, of course, is what's known in business as the warm-up act. So we're still waiting to hear from Keir Starmer. How do you think the mood's been at conference?
So in a funny way, it's been quite muted. I think it's been helped by Andy Burnham providing a kind of rallying point for Cabinet, for people who maybe have doubts about Keir Starmer but don't want to engage in overt criticism. Having a pop at Andy Burnham has been one of the sports that we've seen here in Liverpool, and that's just part of the sort of ebb and flow. In other words, it hasn't been a full-on disaster conference, and you and I have covered, for instance, some of the Tory conferences like the Liz Truss conference where that was.
That will go down in my memory forever, I think, that conference. It was absolutely extraordinary. So yeah, we're not that, which is a win, I guess.
But there is a lot of analysis about the vibe of this conference and the mood of this conference. I would gently suggest that actually that is to sidestep some of the big questions and the problems. The question for me of this speech and for this conference is, does it show solutions to some of the big problems that Keir Starmer faces? Does he do policy properly and comprehensively? And if I'm being honest, there's been some signs where there are deficiencies and the policy thinking falls short. And I'm thinking there on, for instance, the ID cards policy that doesn't feel like they've quite done very much thinking on that. And some of the other things that we've seen, like the EU Youth Mobility Scheme, Rachel Reeves suggesting that might plug the back hole. it's not going to be ready in time for the November budget. So they're saying things that aren't true. I think whether or not Keir Starmer can present a coherent vision, we can double check the homework. It can prove that what he is promising, he will in practice be able to deliver and provide a credible plan for that, is the kind of thing that I'm actually looking for, because it's all very well having a muted mood. The question is he going to be able to change people's lives for the better?
Yeah, it's about delivery. And actually, to be fair, we're looking there at some members of the Cabinet, including Rachel Reeves and David Lammy. It is about that delivery, isn't it? And I guess, there has been a bit of a reshuffling, moving some of his problem solvers into those key roles. We saw Shabana Mahmood, of course, giving her speech as Home Secretary yesterday. I'm thinking also of Pat McFadden. But it is the leadership from the top that matters. And I guess that this is why these kind of speeches matter, because they are a platform and an opportunity, I guess, for the Prime Minister to set out what he's all about. Do you think we're going to, I guess, get a bit more of a sense of that?
Well, yes, I mean, that's what they tell us that they want to do. This is a speech very long in the planning. There was a draft basically done by the end of August. They had one draft, they had one version of the speech completely locked down in August. Last week, bits of the speech were reopened, tinkered with. But one of the issues for Keir Starmer is you do these speeches collaboratively with your team. But the team this month is almost entirely different at the top to the team last month. And so if there is a coherence, it is not of personnel. So is the new team better than the old team? Some of the changes forced by necessity, the departure of key long-term aides, 2 of them went in just the last fortnight. Some of it by design. He brought in from the private sector Tim Allen to be the Executive Director of Communications. He'll be playing a big role in this speech. But these people are absolutely integral to the writing of this speech. And some of them he barely knows. He hasn't been long-term marchers with these people. They got tapped up very recently. Can they provide a bit of stardust? And I think there is this sense that Keir Starmer does look to other people to provide some of the things that you would actually expect to come from the man himself. The direction, some of the tone, some of the decision-making when things are complicated and cabinet ministers disagree. All of those things I think normally you would get from the top, but it doesn't seem to be Keir Starmer's way. He's a chairman. He's a chairman, quite a distant chairman at times, it feels like to me, when you've got a party desperate for him to be an interventionist chief executive. And
it's interesting as well, isn't it? Because it does feel to me like politics is changing. It's got these very kind of swashbuckling figures who are, kind of maximising their cut-through on digital platforms. And Keir Starmer feels sometimes a bit from another era, almost.
There is a politeness and a courtesy to Keir Starmer.
Which some people will like as well, right?
That doesn't break credit in many senses. But you can't then complain about the hurly-burly of politics. And you can't then be shy when different elements of the Labour Party disagree with you and look to you to reconcile tricky arguments that have bedeviled Labour and the left, in time immemorial. Being Prime Minister is, by necessity, a shouty job. We can't have people who are, it's hard to be a sort of shy Prime Minister who doesn't like the process of ideas being contested, arguments being fought and won. But there are times where I feel like Keir Starmer presents in that managerial way, and he's not the last one to do it. That was Rishi Sunak. To a certain extent, there is a little bit of continuity of tone there. So what people in the hall want to see, who join a political party because they think they're better than the opponents, is a fight, an argument and a direction.
It's interesting to see the way that this speech has been introduced, because what we saw in the video was some of the campaigners that Keir Starmer's been working with. Figan Murray, for example, who was the mother of Martin Hett, one of the victims of the Manchester Arena. I've interviewed her before. She's a remarkable woman, a genuinely awe-inspiring woman. We're also hearing from Margaret Aspinall, the mother of a Hillsborough victim. It feels like Keir Starmer is trying to, I guess, frame some of the campaigning work that he's done for victims to set himself up to give this speech.
And that bit, I think, is for the people in the hall, because the people at home maybe don't know these names. Some of the issues resonate, but not all of them are known to large swathes of the country. And I think the fascinating thing about party conferences is almost like what you say in private to your closest chums, but actually everybody at home can hear as well. And people might wonder about those differing messages. Rachel Reeves yesterday Well, for the country, she's got to deal with a 30 billion black hole. To the party, she said yesterday, I love investing, I love spending. It's at moments where you feel like saying to politicians standing on a party conference stage, the rest of the country can see what you're doing here. So the target of elements of the conference speech will be important. So yes, I mean, I would gently say, I think that was a very good summation of who we're hearing. I would gently say, victimhood is not the framing that Keir Starmer would want in this speech. As a defender of underdogs, yes. The question is, does that pose feel like it speaks for the vast swathe of voters that put him into Downing Street a year ago? Making sure you don't sound like you're speaking for the smallest of groups and speak for the majority, I think is
I guess there is an argument, though, that some of these causes are, the whole thing about injustice, about helping underdogs, about helping, people fight against the state when the state's failed them, right? If you're looking at Hillsborough, for example, if you're looking at, some of the other issues that have come forward, he probably feels he has got a good record on that resonates with people as well, though, right?
It is. I was talking to somebody behind the scenes. There was quite a battle over the Hillsborough stuff before it came in. It was actually watered down quite a lot, and there are some at this conference who bemused that Hillsborough is the great campaigning theme of the Prime Minister here, because the legislation that's come out the ringer of government is not quite as robust as some might want.
That is interesting, indeed. You were talking there about the sort of dual audiences, because you have the people in the hall, as you say, the members, the delegates, the other MPs, right, who, Keir Starmer potentially needs to keep on side as well, and then also the wider audience at home. Are both those equally important, do you think?
So I think they are equally important. For if you are destabilised in the eyes of your membership, if your party is unhappy with you, the process of being able to get things done and govern is just that much harder.
Here we go. Keir Starmer on the stage. A few words there about the very powerful introduction speech, and we are about to hear from the Prime Minister.
Thank you, conference. Thank you, Figan. Thank you, Pooja, by leading by example, so powerfully showed just on that video just now. And Margaret, thank you so much for that introduction. I know it wasn't easy, even after the unimaginable loss of losing James, after all those obstacles deliberately put in your way. With this Hillsborough law, you and the other families, some of them are with us this afternoon, and other campaigners have served a degree of justice for James, for the 97, but also for thousands of people that you will never know and you will never meet, who will never now have to go through what you went through. Thank you. Thank you. Margaret, I remember meeting you and some of the other families nearly 15 years ago now with Bishop James Jones. I was humbled to be able to campaign after such loss. As a father of a daughter aged 14 and a son aged 17 who goes to football with me, 1 year younger than James was, I honestly don't think I would have the courage to do what you have all done. I was also struck at that first meeting by meeting some family members who had never felt able to talk about what happened that day. Perhaps because they feared that people like them would never be heard. Conference, this party was founded to hear working class people like that, to look directly into the eyes of their suffering, even when the state turns its back. And so the Hillsborough Law is not just a promise delivered, it is also a recognition that whether it's Hillsborough, Grenfell, Windrush, Horizon, the grooming gangs, Infected Blood, and so many more, the British state consistently refused to see injustice because of who the victims are. Because they're working class, they're black, they're women and girls. And so, Margaret, I know we can never undo the pain for you and all the other families. But we can show that in the Britain that we are building, the state will see, the state will listen, the state will be accountable to working people, because now injustice has no place to hide. That's National Renewal Conference, government and working people working together to drag us out of decline, building a new Britain. Now, it's an urgent task. We can all see that the country faces a choice, a defining choice. Britain stands at a fork in the road. We can choose decency, or we can choose division, renewal or decline. A country proud of its values, in control of its future, or one that succumbs against the grain of our history to the politics of grievance. It is a test, a fight for the soul of our country, every bit as big as rebuilding Britain after the war, and we must all rise to this challenge. Yet we need to be clear that our path, the path of renewal, it's long, it's difficult, it requires decisions that are not cost-free or easy, decisions that will not always be comfortable for our party. Yet at the end of this hard road, there will be a new country, a fairer country, a land of dignity and respect, everyone seen, everyone valued, wealth creation in every single community, working people in control of their public services, the mindless bureaucracy that chokes enterprise removed so we can build and keep building, clean British energy powering our homes, technology harnessed to drive us forward, our flags flying proudly as we celebrate difference and oppose racism. Conference. Thank you, Conference. The basic, ordinary hope of a better future for our children restored for millions. And through that, a Britain that has rediscovered the belief, the togetherness, the pride to take control of its future. That's what we're building, Conference. That's national renewal, a Britain built for all. But there is another path. We can call it the path of decline. But in truth, it leads to ruin, to chaos, to Britain being poorer in every sense. And it's a tempting path because it asks nothing of people, makes no demands, suggests no difficulties. All you need to do is listen to politicians who tell you There's a quick fix, a miracle cure, tax cuts that magically pay for themselves, a wealth tax that somehow solves every problem. The Brexit lies on the side of that bus. Click here for your new country. We can all see these snake oil merchants on the right, on the left, but be in no doubt, conference, none of them have any interest in national renewal because decline is good for their business. I mean, think about it. When was the last time that you heard Nigel Farage say anything positive about Britain's future? He can't. He doesn't like Britain, doesn't believe in Britain, wants you to doubt it just as much as he does. So he resorts to grievance. They all do. They want to turn this country, this proud, self-reliant country, into a competition of victims, saying to you, to working people, don't trust in each other. You can't fix this. This is not a great country. But it is, conference. It is a great country. It will always be a great country, a decent, pragmatic, tolerant, reasonable country that throughout history has stood its ground, stuck by its values, and built its future without fuss. That's the Britain I'm fighting for, conference, a nation of resolve, a land of respect, a Britain built for all. And conference, I welcome the new US initiative to bring peace to the Middle East. I strongly support efforts to end the fighting, release every hostage, and urgently scale up aid into Gaza. All sides must now come together to bring this initiative into reality, because we must restart the hope of a two-state solution, a safe and secure Israel, alongside the long-promised Palestinian state, a state that this country now recognizes. Conference. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Conference, I will never give up on diplomacy, and I will never doubt British values, rules that protect those in need, respect for difference under the same flag, the freedom to live and let live. I will never doubt that these values make us strong in a world that preys on weakness. How could I? The progress, the prosperity, the peace I've seen throughout my life, the journey I've been on, from a working class background to this. I owe everything to this country and its values. But working people, they're losing faith. They're ground down. Politics has made them question Britain. And can you blame them? They've been nothing but patient. They lived through austerity, Brexit, COVID, played by the rules, kept their side of the bargain. But time and again, politics ducked the challenge of renewal. Their high street, their pubs, their youth clubs, the places that shape a life, that create a common memory, struggling against the tide of decline. That is why we must never find ourselves defending a status quo that manifestly failed working people. That's what I say to people who think it would be nice if we could just go back to politics before Brexit or the crash. And this does go back that far, conference. The global financial crisis is when we were exposed, when a new Britain should have been born. complacent. That's the only way to describe it. Complacent. We place too much faith in globalization, the establishment across so many institutions, in hock to its lazy assumptions that immigration is all we need to give us the workers. Infrastructure will always be there because we built it decades ago. The world always on hand to give us the goods. It doesn't matter if our industry leaves. It doesn't matter if we don't train our young people. It doesn't matter if wealth creation is hoarded by just a few communities. Well, conference, look at our world now. Because in our age of insecurity, we can see now that it does matter. We do need to put our security first. We do need to unlock the potential of every community. We do need a more muscular state, freed from the red tape that stops us building, growing our economy from the grassroots, renewing every town and city on these islands. It comes back to growth. So much of it comes back to economic growth. In fact, I'll say it now so there's no doubt. The defining mission of this government is to grow the economy, improve living standards, and change the way we create wealth. An economy that grows not just from the top, but from the grassroots. Because growth is the pound in your pocket. It is more money for trips, meals out, the little things that bring joy to our lives, the peace of mind that comes from economic security. But it is also the antidote to division. That's the most important aspect of national renewal. The way you grow an economy, not just how much, but who and where benefits, that can either build a nation or it can pull it apart. And in the world we must face, the threats we must defeat, Britain needs an economy that unites. Every person, every community, every great nation on these islands standing together, as so often in our past, facing down the threats of a volatile world. And it is a choice. You can exploit asset bubbles to distract from stagnating wages. You can balance the books by cutting long-term investment. You can cut taxes for the few whilst dismantling the infrastructure for the many. But the affordable homes that we built, the libraries that we opened, the Sure Start centres that gave so many families a better start in life, all in it together. That's what they said. Come on. The country they created, it's still around us today. Old and young, north and south, scrapping over the crumbs, draining the well of responsibility, the patriotic responsibility that we owe to one another. But there's another choice, conference. You can choose industrial policy, government and business bringing the future closer, British graft backed everywhere, from the steelworks in Scunthorpe to the data centres in Essex and the wind farms of South Wales. You can choose to unleash British enterprise, strip out bad regulation, confront the blockers that strangle a thriving private sector. The most important thing we need for every community to stand more proudly on their own feet. You can choose to challenge the outdated dogma and say with one clear voice that public investment does not crowd out private, that we should invest more outside London and the South East, and that a more secure labour market with stronger workers' rights will be better for productivity. And conference, you can choose to rebuild our public services, choose investment over austerity. That's the choice we made at the last budget. A hard choice, difficult decisions on taxation, but conference, that's the choice that we made. Now, I want to thank every business in our country on this issue. We asked a lot at the last budget. I know that. I do think, in the long run, fixing our public finances, investing in new infrastructure, helping our public services off their knees, that will be better for growth. But equally important, because of your contribution, we've taken a huge step on the path of renewal, a firmer foundation to take our country forward. More security, more respect, more opportunity. A Britain built for all. A Britain built for all. Every decision conference, every decision we took this past year, it's all been in pursuit of that mission. Changing the way we create wealth, reforming public services, giving people more control over our future. Take our investment in defence. Undeniably good for growth. Vital for national security and the whole of the continent. Impossible without really tough decisions on aid. Just look at the New Deal to build Norwegian frigates. That doesn't happen without our investment. A decade of shipbuilding on the Clyde. That heritage, that pride, secure for future generations. Now, those frigates could have been built anywhere, but that was the old mentality, that it didn't matter. But we want to build them here, in Britain. We want to invest in that reputation, in those skills, in the talent of Glasgow and the Clyde. Our conference, 5 days after that deal, I went to the shipbuilding yard on the Clyde. I went to the canteen where the workers were having their lunch. And I stood in front of them and I said, thank you. Thank you for your hard work and your reputation that allowed us to win that deal. They were being judged against other countries, France, Germany, and the US, and they won. They were proud. They said to me that this was the answer to the mantra that they heard. People who said British shipbuilding was dead. They told me how much it meant to them and their communities. And they were proud because they knew exactly what those frigates were for. And they were proud to contribute, proud that their community was chosen by an ally looking for a partner to defend our continent from Putin's aggression. And conference, or take our investment in childcare, 30 hours free for every child between 9 months and 4 years. A massive difference to the cost of living. Thousands of pounds back in the pockets of working parents because we made tough decisions, tough Labour decisions at the last budget. Now, this will help parents and carers back to work, especially women, and that is good for growth. But fundamentally, it's for the children. Now, last year, Bridget and I went to a primary school in Nuneaton, and we got talking to the reception teacher. And she said that some kids arrive in reception reading books, others are still virtually in nappies. There's similar stories right across the country. Inequality at age just 4, baked in for life. So our childcare provision is a game changer, giving every child the best start in life, every single child equal at the starting line of their education. That's National Renewal Conference. That's why we made the tough decisions. And I make no apologies if they tilt towards working people, because it's working people who paid the price of Tory decline. That's why we invested in our NHS, fired up Great British Energy, stood up for British Steel, new protectors for renters, sick pay for the least well-off, fire and rehire finished, 0-hour contract scrapped, record investment in Scotland and Wales, rebuilding our schools, new homes, new towns, new train lines, publicly owned, of course, spreading prosperity right across Britain. And a proper living wage conference, the culmination of a long journey for our movement, a mark of a Britain built for all. Thank you, conference. And conference, extending free school meals, 100,000 children lifted out of poverty. The first step on our journey to end child poverty. We have walked that road before, and we will walk that road again. Because a Britain where no child is hungry, where no child is held back by poverty, that's a Britain built for all. But there's another cause that we must also take up, conference. It strikes to the heart of what we stand for and who commands our respect. People like my dad. I think by now you know what he did for a living. But then again, do you? Do you really know the skill, the craft, the precision that goes into tool making? Now, But the thing is, conference, he always felt disrespected, my dad, undervalued by the nation because he worked with his hands. And I can see why. He worked hours and hours at night school when he was an apprentice. I went to Leeds University, had a good time. It's a good place to have a good time, is Leeds. And then when I came back, I officially became the first in my family to go to university. I was put on that pedestal. Working class families know exactly what I mean. I thought about this when I visited those frigates on the Clyde. The apprentices there, they took me on board. They showed me how they were rewiring it. Miles and miles of wire, difficult, high-skilled work, really complicated, and of course vital for our country. I thought about my sister, a care worker. She works with adults with Down syndrome. It's amazing work. I know I could never do it in the way that she does. Also vital for our country. And then I think about my brother. He was failed. He had difficulties learning. He was badly failed by the education system. He was put to one side, barely even seen. Our conference, some politicians say, I want every child to have the same opportunities that I had. You hear a lot of that in Westminster. But that's not me. No, what I want is a Britain where people are treated with the dignity that they deserve for making different choices, choices our country needs, choices we should value, choices that deserve our respect. And so, conference, while you will never hear me denigrate the aspiration to go to university, I don't think the way we currently measure success in education, that ambition to get 50% of kids to uni, I don't think that's right for our times. Because if you're a kid or a parent of a kid who chooses an apprenticeship, what does it say to you? Do we genuinely, as a country, afford them the same respect? Because we should, but I can't help feeling that my dad was right. So, conference, today I can announce we will scrap that target and replace it with a new ambition that 2/3 of our children should go either to university or take a gold standard apprenticeship. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. I can also announce that further education, so long as Cinderella service, ignored because politicians' kids don't go there, we will make it a defining cause of this Labour government, with higher standards in every college, the quality of teaching raised, more apprenticeships, more technical colleges, technical excellent colleges, qualifications linked to jobs, rooted in their communities. And as Rachel announced yesterday, a new guarantee, training, work support or an apprenticeship for every young person struggling to find work. That's young people back, the class ceiling smashed, the grafters finally included in our country's highest aspiration. That's national renewal. That's a Britain built for all. That's what I stand for, conference. And let me tell you, I also know what I stand against. And I have had enough of lectures from self-appointed champions of working people who want to shred our public service, level down workers' rights, crash the economy like Liz Truss. Politicians who lied to this country, unleashed chaos, and walked away after Brexit, who equivocate of Putin and Ukraine, who even now go to America and grub around for money, talking this great country down. No. No more lectures from them. Because Labour is the party for working people. Labour is the party for national renewal. Labour is the patriotic party. Let me take you back to 1996, Wembley, the old Wembley, actually. I was there. It was that semi-final. Electric. We're all singing with one voice. Football's coming home. Now, of course, it didn't actually come home. No cheering at us. But, you know, it did feel like something was stirring in England that evening. An England that belonged to our grandparents and our history, but also to our children and our future. North and south, black and white, old and young, an England united by a flag that stood for all. Now, I'm not going to pretend I would enjoy it if England lost to Scotland or Wales. The Union does have some limits. But I can say... I can say I'm not just proud of the Union Jack and the Cross of St George, I'm also proud of the Saltire, of the Red Dragon, proud of our Union, the astonishing relationship between our four great nations. Four different nations, yes, but four nations that time and again have been through fire together, built so much together, a country forged by the solidarity of working people. So let's fly all our flags, conference, because they're our flags. They belong to all of us, and we will never surrender them. Let us unite our country behind them. Because this is no time for dividers. This is the time for bringing the whole country together. That is how we will fight next year's elections as patriots of our great nations. That's who we are. That's who Eleanor is, who Anas is, what we stand for. A campaign to renew Wales, renew Scotland and renew Britain. But then that's just the point. Because for me, patriotism is about love and pride, about serving an interest that is more than yourself, a common good. And the question I ask seriously of Nigel Farage and Reform is, do they love our country? Do they want to serve our country, all of it, our beautiful, tolerant, diverse country, every region, nation and city? Or do they just want to stir the pot of division because that works in their interests? Do they truly believe in our potential, in our brilliance, in all the innovative wonders of our economy, from clean energy to creative arts? Or if a business looks a little too modern, do they say, as Farage said about Jaguar Land Rover, they deserve to go bust? And conference, when push comes to shove, do they really want to fix our problems and renew Britain? Or, as we've seen time and again, whether it's the SNP, the extremes of the left, or Reform and the Tories now, do they actually want Britain to fail? I think we know the answer to that question. So let me say this, because whilst we must come together to fight reform with everything that this movement has, we must go into that battle armed, not just with words and condemnation, but with action. And that means tackling all the problems that they prey upon. All the problems. Now, soon after I became an MP, I went to Oldham for a by-election up there. I was taken to a street to meet a woman who I was told had strong views on immigration. I knocked on the door. She invited me in. We had a cup of tea and a rich tea biscuit. And then, as we sat there, she got her photo album out and showed me pictures of her at the wedding of her Asian neighbour. She was proud that she was her neighbour and her friend. Now, I'm not the most patient person, as anybody in my family will tell you. And I started thinking, what is going on here? And then we finally got to it. She told me that a group of men from Eastern Europe had recently moved into her street. They sat on her wall, didn't put their rubbish out at the right time, and spat on the ground. To her, that broke the little but important rules of her street. She didn't like it. Then I realised what was really happening. And conference, what was really happening is that she, an ordinary working-class woman from Oldham, a Labour voter, felt that she had to prove to a Labour politician that she wasn't racist before she could even bring up the issues in her community. Now, I've carried that with me through all the bad years, conference. Whatever our intentions, we had become a party that patronised working people. And that is why we changed the party. Yet, conference, there are still some people who can't listen in good faith on this issue, who say we can ignore the crisis and our asylum system so long as we get the economy moving. I have to say to those people very directly, we will tackle this issue. The British people are not unreasonable. They're pragmatic, compassionate, tolerant. That's who we are. What people want from politics, that hasn't changed. They want more cash in their pockets, safer streets, opportunities for their children, and an NHS that's fit for the future. And yes, they want secure borders. And that is a reasonable demand. Now, we should always say plainly and with pride that asylum for people genuinely fleeing persecution is the mark of a decent, compassionate country. But secure borders are also vital for a decent, compassionate country. Controlling who comes here is an essential task of government. And there's nothing compassionate or progressive in a vile trade that loads people into overcrowded boats, puts them in grave danger in the Channel, and ultimately exploits human desperation and hope. So mark my words. We will stop this. We will smash the gangs. We will crack down on illegal working. We will remove people with no right to be here. and we will secure Britain's borders. But there is a line, a moral line. And it isn't just Farage who crosses it. There are also people who should know better, sowing fear and discord across our country. And then when we call it out, they pretend that we're criticising reasonable concerns about immigration. We have seen that trick conference. So let us spell it out once and for all. Controlling migration is a reasonable goal. But if you throw bricks and smash up private property, that's not legitimate. That is thuggery. Thank you, conference. Free speech, free speech. Free speech is a British value, and we have guarded it for centuries. But if you incite racist violence and hatred, that is not expressing concern, it's criminal. And this party, this great party, is proud of our flags. Yet if they're painted alongside graffiti, telling a Chinese takeaway owner to go home, that's not pride, that's racism. And conference. If you say or imply that people cannot be English or British because of the colour of their skin, that mixed heritage families owe you an explanation, that people who've lived here for generations, raised their children here, built their lives here, working in our schools, our hospitals, running businesses, are our neighbours, if you say they should now be deported, then mark my words, we will fight you with everything we have, because you are the enemy of national renewal. And it will be a fight conference. It doesn't get easier from here. And the tough decisions, they will keep on coming. Look, we inherited public finances where the Tories piled up mountains of debt with next to no boost in productivity to show for it. Unprecedented. And in a world as volatile as ours, that's dangerous. It demands firm and fair decisions to control our debt. Now, this is the responsibility of government. I don't complain about it. I expect to be judged on my ability to deal with it. But it does mean that national renewal takes time, that it requires patience as well as courage, a determination never to risk economic stability. That solemn promise that we made to working people, our mandate, line 1 of our pledge card. Now, I acknowledge the temptation. You can see it all around the world. A desire to avoid reality, to neglect the long term, cast off the constraints and indulge in ideological fantasy. That's what happened with Liz Truss. But it does not matter if it's unfunded tax cuts or unfunded spending. The result is the same. You lose control of the economy, and working people pay the price. And I will never let that happen again. I will never let that happen to working people with Labour. That is why we changed the party. Because a Labour Party that cannot control spending is a Labour Party that cannot govern in our times. Not with an ageing society, not with climate change, and not with the global cost of borrowing as it is now. And that is why the fiscal rules are non-negotiable. This isn't a game, it's not a tactic. Those rules protect working people, they protect our children's future. That's why our approach has always been more ambitious. National renewal isn't just moving money around. It's completely rewiring the state and the economy, unlocking the potential of everyone on these islands. On the economy, that's about understanding that proud working-class towns, they want to be backed by investment. Of course they do. But they don't want to rely on handouts or help. They want more power and control, more wealth creation in their community. That's how they stand on their own feet, as proud partners in this project of our nation. And on the state, it's about understanding the opportunity of public service reform. That if we show people the respect that they deserve, if we give people more agency over the state, see them as our partners, then together we can take control of our future. We can live in a Britain built for all. Take our NHS. I know how hard people work in our NHS. I see it in my family and I celebrate it at every opportunity. But the responsibility of this party is not just to celebrate the NHS, it is to make it better. And in decades to come, I want people to look back on this moment as the moment we renewed the NHS for a new world, just as we look back on that great Labour government after the war. Because, conference, a new world is coming. Artificial intelligence is transforming healthcare. I've seen it for myself. I've spoken to patients alive because of it. Stroke patients, where the precise location of a blood clot is identified in milliseconds. Disease is changing too. And with an older society, more people who have long-term conditions, we need to put patients in control of their health, shift care closer to their lives, and put technology in their hands at their service. And that's what we're doing right across our NHS. But we have to keep up the pace. I've been there before, I know what it's like. If you stand still on public service reform, you do end up going backwards. So today, conference, we move forward. Every day the NHS delivers countless appointments. And for the vast majority, a face-to-face consultation is right, and we will never take that away from those who want it. But think about a single mum juggling kids and work, trying to find time to speak to a specialist. Or someone in their later years living in a rural community, miles from a hospital, who needs a checkup for a suspected eye condition. Why not have a doctor see you at home, in your living room, on an iPad, talking to you? No queues, no 3-hour bus trip, no cancellation letters arriving after the appointment date. Wouldn't that be good, conference? And not just the conference, the better care. Think about it. That person with the eye condition, she could access the top specialist in the country, even if she lived miles away. Care no longer tied to doctors in your local area, which means you can see someone more quickly, at a time that suits you. But also, the system can deliver more, much more, up to 8.5 million extra appointments. Imagine what that could do to waiting times. And now, conference, imagine no more. Because today I can announce a completely digital NHS Trust, NHS Online, that will offer millions of appointments, convenient appointments, appointments you choose, a new chapter in the story of our NHS, harnessing the future, patients in control, waiting times cut for every single person in the country. That's national renewal. That's a Britain built for all. Conference. Thank you, conference. That's why I just do not accept that Britain is broken. There are so many opportunities to make a difference. The energy of the future, we're backing it. Carbon capture here in Merseyside, the Celtic Freeport in South Wales, offshore wind turbines made and built in Humberside, brilliant scientists in the heart of Middle England, developing nuclear fusion. Is that broken Britain, conference? Look at the investment. Tech companies queuing up to back this country, saying that we are indispensable for the AI future. Now, those companies can invest anywhere in the world, but they're choosing us. They're choosing Hartlepool, Warrington, Belfast, East Midlands. Is that broken Britain, conference? Those 3 trade deals we struck with India, with the US, with our fellow Europeans, a signal to the world that Britain is back, that stability has returned. Is that broken Britain, conference? or our ironclad and never-wavering support for the brave people of Ukraine, the yellow and blue flag flying on churches and village halls, the length and breadth of the country. Is that Broken Britain Conference? And then conference, there's Melanie from Calderdale in West Yorkshire. She runs an organisation called Our Place. It's for carers and people cared for, or just people who are lonely, organising a couple of meetups a week. That doesn't sound like much, but for those people, it's everything. Is that Broken Britain? Or take Caitlin, down here, just 15 years old from Barnet. Now, Caitlin, like me, loves football, but there was no girls' team at her school, so she set one up, the first of its kind. And now conference, she plays for Camden Town Women, and that's nearly as good as Arsenal. She coaches as well at Potter's Bar Little Lionesses, just 15 years old. Is that Broken Britain? What about George here, who delivers food parcels in Telford with a smile? Debbie, who recycles school uniforms for hard-up parents in Halifax? Isaac, who scrubbed off that racist graffiti in York? The people who picked up the bricks and rubble in Southport? Alex, who raised money to rebuild the library in this city that was burnt down by thugs last year? Is that Broken Britain Conference? Is this country of boundless creativity, of culture, history, music, art and sporting brilliance, of world-class educators, of fearless entrepreneurs, the grit of the Lionesses, the swagger of Oasis, the strength of the Red Roses, the beauty that stretches all the way from the South down to the Shetland Islands, a country that has weathered so many storms and never stopped building its future? Is that really Broken Conference, or can we renew it? Because conference. Thank you, conference. Because I'll tell you this, mere politics cannot break Britain Conference. It's not in its gift. And while you may not see them on social media, people like this, they are the real face of Britain. Painting a fence, running the raffle, cutting the half-time orange, or even that gentle knock on the door that checks that your neighbour is all right. That's real Britain Conference. Millions of people, miles away from Westminster, giving up their time, taking responsibility, making their community better. And so conference, we will renew Britain with them. Because I've always said that people with skin in the game make the best decisions for their community. And so the money we invest in renewal, whether it's for youth clubs, peers, parks, or chippies, we will give control, not to politicians, but to people, to those champions of national renewal. Because while I know nobody wants to hear this from a politician, the truth is we do all have a responsibility to change our country. There are limits to what the state can do on its own. In the end, we really are all in it together. Now, you will never hear that from the politicians of grievance, the attraction of unity. That's something they will never understand. They will never hold out their hand, as I do now, to people who may see the world differently, but put the progress of our country first. So if you are a patriot, whether you vote Labour or not, if you want to stand against grievance and renew Britain, then this is your fight too. Because even in a world this dangerous, I do think the politics of grievance is the biggest threat we face because it attacks who we are, an attempt to turn us into a place where we look at our neighbours in our community, people who may or may not look different to us, and we no longer see them as fellow partners in the project of Britain. Now, the Tories, do you remember them? Conference? I don't know if they believed in grievance politics. And maybe they do now, when you see them turning away from the rule of law. It is honestly hard to tell. But one thing I do know, Conference, is that not once in 14 years did they ever properly stand up to it. But I will. I will fight with every breath I have. Fight for working people. Fight for the tolerant, decent, respectful Britain that I know. People say, Conference, that a nation like ours can't be a community, that it's too diverse, too divided. I reject that. That goes against everything I stand for, everything I've served, everything I understand about this great country that I love. So no matter how many people tell me that it can't be done, I believe Britain can come together, that we can pursue a shared destination, that we can unite around a common good. That is my ambition, the purpose of this government. End decline, reform our public services, grow our economy from the grassroots, and with resolve, with respect, with a flag in our hands, we will renew this country until we can say with total conviction that Britain is built for all. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Conference.
And there you have it.
Fly those flags.
Keir Starmer's speech to Labour conference. The Union Jacks are in the air and the applause in the hall is reflected actually with a smattering of applause out here in the conference centre as well. Keir Starmer really getting across his vision of patriotism, trying to get across his love for the country and the vision that he wants to take the nation on. There was a smattering of policy announcements on digital NHS platforms, on scrapping targets for children going to university, but really this is a pitch against reform. And the battle, as he sees it, between Labour and Reform over where they want to take this country. In other words, it felt to me like this was the fight for the next election starting now. I want to bring in our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, who's here with me. And when you see that with the flags, it felt very well received in the hall. It was all about his vision for Britain.
Keir Starmer, I think, has steadied the ship. Keir Starmer overwhelmingly wowed that audience. I think there was delight amongst the delegates at the fire and the passion that we saw. He challenged the snake oil merchants on the left and the right. Nigel Farage, as you said. I did half wonder whether he was referring to Andy Burnham as well. He united that hall, as far as I could possibly tell, against racism, providing a very clear dividing line, challenging one of Nigel Farage's biggest policy calls to date, deporting people who have the right to remain in the UK, and provided a rallying cry for people in that hall that they have been searching for weeks and months.
I think we can go inside the hall now. Our political editor, Beth Wrigley, is trying to grab a few members of the cabinet. Let's see if we can go to her and do West Streeting.
Country, the leadership he's showing, the values that motivate him, the experience that he brings to the highest office in the land, not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but someone who's worked his way up, who watched his parents graft and is on the side of the grafters of this country, standing up to the grifters of this country.
And final question, he clearly directly attacked Nigel Farage there. Is there anything you admire about Farage as a politician?
Now, look, that's one thing I say for Farage, he's a formidable campaigner, and we've been on the wrong side of some of those campaigns in terms of, you know, the
things that we've lost up against him. So we don't underestimate him, but that's why we've got to take the fight to him. And ultimately, as I said in my speech, he's a snake oil salesman, Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman. He says one thing, sells one thing, and then buggers off when it gets difficult.
It's like a campaign speech, so it's like he's running an election again.
Look, we know what the battle lines are at the next general election. It's Labour versus Reform, and it is progressives versus reactionaries, it's patriots versus nationalists, it is hope versus fear and division. We know which side we're on, and we are going into the next year to change our country and build a better Britain.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Beth.
You sail there, Wes Streeting, really reiterating some of those messages from Keir Starmer, Nigel Farage, the snake oil salesman. And I guess it's what's known as a fork in the road speech. It's a choice speech. They're trying to frame the next election already as Labour versus Reform and those two different visions of Britain. And we've got Sam Coates still here with us. I mean, it is worth just taking a pause. Reform are now clearly the party that Labour are worried about, and really this is the framing of this entire debate.
That's right, and I felt that Keir Starmer, for the first time that I can remember, was tooling his party up, arming them with what he thinks are the weapons he believes they need to take on the arguments of reform. He dived into one of the most controversial things that Nigel Farage has said of late, that people should be chucked out of this country even if they've been here for so long, and argued that was racism and that he would stand against it.
Yeah, so as you say, it's all about kind of framing in that way to do that. I think we could get Rachel Reeves, the Chancellor in the hall. You know what it's like, it's a bit rock and roll at conference. I have to kind of just take you on the journey with us, if you like. We're never exactly sure who we can go to and when on the conference floor, but let's try and listen in now.
You.
Is it because welly, Beth?
You're giving it a bit of welly. Is it because
what we believe in?
Is it because you feel like you're the underdogs after this sort of difficult 14 months, and now you've got to get back into campaign run and win the arguments again?
I enjoy fighting for what I believe in. I know what I believe in, and Keir knows what he believes in. That's why we went into this business in the first place, to change our country for the better. You know, and some people, might do things otherwise. I wouldn't say anyone else had a plan. And what Keir and I have set out in our conference speeches in the last couple of days is our belief in Britain, our determination to make things better for working people and for businesses in our country. And we'll get on and do that.
And Chance, final question. Keir Starmer, he's not a naturally emotional man, really. He kind of likes a process. He's very analytical. Did you feel like you saw a different side of him, or more the side you see behind the scenes there?
I know Keir very well, and we work really closely together, and it was great for the country to see the Keir that I know.
OK, and final question.
Oh, the last one was your final one.
I know, I do that a lot. I mean, he's had his leadership questions around him. Do you think he's killed that off for now?
I don't think there's any serious contention here. Keir's doing a great job. He secured a massive mandate last year. We're going to just get on and to finish the job.
Leading you into the next election.
Absolutely, and beyond.
Chancellor, thank you so much.
Thanks, Ben.
Rachel Reeves,
TV News.
Rachel Reeves, there, the Chancellor, giving her reaction to the speech. Now, I'm here with Sam Coates, and I have to say, people often say to us, we're too downbeat on politicians, don't give them a chance, etc., etc. Credit where it's due. I personally thought that was a decent speech from Keir Starmer, setting out the kind of patriotic vision, if you like, and it felt that he perhaps, for the first time, had managed to kind of define Labour's role in this fight against reform.
And I think why it ended up feeling like a credible vision from him is that he put quite a lot of his family story and personal journey in there. One of the most memorable bits of that speech for me was the passage with the new announcement, right? So there was a policy announcement in there that in future we're going to get a target that basically they want people to go to either university or higher education, 2/3 of people I think it is, a new target, because he said he was...
Yeah, exactly. It's such an interesting thing as well, isn't it, Sam? That policy announcement and feeding into the wider thing. Let's just go back to the hall, shall we? So I think we can hear from the Home Secretary. Let's listen.
To make progress for us all. Secure borders really, really matter. It is one of the conditions, I think, that has to be met before our country can be the open, tolerant, generous place that we know it to be.
And the Prime Minister talked at the weekend about how he thought
that reforms deportation policies around people that have indefinite leave to remain. He described it as racist. Do you agree with that? And do you think Nigel Farage is a racist?
Well, look, I think actually what Nigel Farage was saying is worse than racism. I think it's immoral. I think that is an extreme policy, and what he was deliberately doing was sending a signal, a dog whistle to every racist in the country that we're now going to start ripping up the status of people who've been in our country for many, many years. It's a completely immoral pitch. He knows he's enabling racism in this country. He always does this trick where he leaves himself a little bit of plausible deniability to say technically this doesn't count as racism. But what Keir is calling out, and what I'm calling out, and what the Labour Party today has called out, is we see what he's doing and we're not going to stand for it.
Do you think he is a racist, Nigel Farage?
Well, I think that that's for Nigel Farage to answer. What I do believe he's doing is enabling and supporting the growth of racism in this country, because he's not holding that line that the Prime Minister has made very clear today. It's a line that the Labour Party will always hold.
Final question. You have campaigned with Keir Starmer. You've been with him a long time, actually, in the background. He's had a really rough ride in recent months from your party. What's your message to people that think that they could do better with someone else at the top of the Labour Party?
Well, look, we have a Prime Minister who is incredibly passionate, who loves his country and who is determined to deliver for the people that have put us in government. He's focused on that every day. The Keir Starmer I know is resilient. He just gets on with the job. He knows what the job is. He's got a clear path to getting that job done. And he is our Prime Minister, and he is going to get the job done.
Just pipe down.
Oh, well, I think everybody needs to pipe down a little bit around party conference, you know, a bit too much chatter sometimes. But this is a Prime Minister that's actually pretty good at ignoring all of that chatter and just getting on with things.
All right, Home Secretary, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Beth Rigby there talking to the Home Secretary about Nigel Farage, because let's be honest, you know, a lot of that speech was framed as Keir Starmer's response to Nigel Farage, and are really, I think, kind of setting the battle lines ahead of the next general election, even though it's still several years away. We've got Sam Coates there, Deputy Political Editor. We're jumping around a lot, Sam. You were talking about the policy, weren't you? And you know what, before we even get to it, this is classic, isn't it? Well, we'll come back to you. Let's listen to Ed Miliband. He's in the hall with Beth.
As he set out, and he drew a dividing line with reform. Yes, we need to control our borders, but what we're not going to do is somehow deny or undermine the idea that our diversity is our strength.
And he's had a really rough run of it. Look, you were the party leader once.
I also had a rough run of it.
You know what it's like to be at the top. I imagine it's quite lonely, and I imagine it's quite frustrating when everyone's like telling you how to do your job. Do you think he's silenced his critics today?
Yes, and I think, look, what he did, substance beats froth, and he gave such a substantive speech about who he is, what he believes, and where he wants to take the country, and you can't ask for more than that, and he did really great.
Do you think he can beat Farage, though? He's
100%.
Such a different character.
100%. Look, I think what you saw with Keir today is the decency and integrity that I know, and I thought it came through so clearly in his speech and what he cares passionately about.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Can we please ask you to...
Ed Miliband there speaking to Beth Rigby. There was a little bit of chatter about Ed Miliband's facial expressions during that, I think, wasn't there? It's always a bit of a nightmare for cabinet members, though. The camera's always on you at the time when you don't want it to be, I think. Well, we're joined by Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, also the Labour peer, Baroness Hazarika as well. Just to warn you, we are shopping and changing a lot. We keep diving back into the hall, so if we kind of kick you under the table, then apologies in advance. Sam, I wanted you to finish your point, finally, about the policy.
The new policy announcement is that this government will have a target of 2/3 of our children will go either to university or to take a gold standard apprenticeship, rather than the current target, 50% of kids go to university. That's the big announcement they kept under wraps. Why am I so interested in it? Because he framed it around his family. He talked about how people patronise those who don't go to university. And this line, Sophie, this line stood out perhaps more than any other for me in the speech. We will send people to further education rather than university. It's so long a Cinderella service, ignored because politicians' kids don't go there. I think outside of the hall and in the country, that will go down extremely well.
It's really, yeah, I think that's right. It's interesting, isn't it, to get a bit of that kind of ideology from him, if that makes sense. And often that is demonstrated through the policy as well.
Because Keir Starmer self-identifies as a working person and a working class person. But when we see somebody with the kind of accent and background and job that very much suggests that they were kind of intensely middle class. And he is trying to reclaim that because there's a disconnect when you watch him, right? You don't see the man that he talks about as himself. And so instead today he was talking about immediate members of his family, also bringing in his wife, Vic, who works in the NHS, and others. Perhaps a more credible way of talking about working people, not to talk about himself in those terms, but to talk about those around him.
It does make a lot of sense. Aisha, I'm pleased to get your reaction as well. Were you inside for it, or did you listen to it outside?
I was inside. Look, I've got
she got the flag.
I've got my flag.
Love it. Were you waving it?
I was waving it very
patriotically.
My salter. Look, I thought it was a really, really interesting speech. I think Sam is right that Keir Starmer was very much kind of telling a story about working class Britain. Of course, the woman who introduced him was Margaret Aspinall, who's a doughty campaigner for the Hillsborough Law, and she talked about, being a working class woman fighting the system. He started his speech saying, look, we're going to try and end injustice, about how too many people talked about the Grenfell scandal, about the grooming gang scandal, often scandals where working class people have felt that the system has kind of worked against them. So I think that frame is right. For me, I felt the most interesting part of the speech, or the theme, and the best bit of the speech, when he talked very passionately about fighting racism. He said, look, we do have to understand that immigration is an issue. He talked about, the left patronising people on immigration. It's not racist to have concerns about immigration. But he made a very clear distinction, saying protesting is absolutely fine. Criminal damage and thuggery and violence is not okay. And he spoke very passionately about fighting racism. And to me, I haven't seen him talk about racism like that with, I think, quite a lot of... I felt like that came from the heart. I felt like that was the bit that he wanted to write. And I think what's interesting is we've had a lot of discussion about how the Labour Party is really pivoting to reform. I felt this speech was pivoting to people maybe thinking about voting Green or voting Liberal Democrat. I felt this was a different strategic shift.
Yeah, this is what I agree with you. This is why I think that actually it was quite a significant speech in terms of policy, because it was pretty clear that he was defining himself against Farage, right? He was saying, look, we have different ideas about the country. We have different views on Britain. We have different versions of patriotism. And there's a kind of fork in the road. So it's almost like he is trying to appeal now through this speech, and I'll be interested to see how the strategy follows as well, to people who don't really like Farage.
Yeah.
Right?
And look, the media and the polls, understandably, have spent a lot of time focusing on Farage. But actually, Labour is losing a lot of support to these other parties on the left. The left is fragmenting as well. So I think that was very significant. And look, there are a lot of people out there, and he is right to say this, they are concerned about immigration. That does not make them racist, but they do not like, he talked about an example of, a Chinese takeaway having horrible racist graffiti on it. Lots of good people across the country, they do want controls on immigration, but they don't want to see that kind of language or that kind of behaviour, that kind of thuggery. So I think it was quite good to see him be a bit more muscular on that.
And look, he needs to be muscular, doesn't he? Because, let's be real, there has been chatter about his leadership, which is kind of extraordinary because we're only just over a year after he won that landslide. But it's happening. People are talking about, Andy Burnham bids or his personal popularity. How important is that speech and, I guess, the months ahead in trying to stop that?
Incredibly important. Look, Andy Burnham, in some ways, did Keir Starmer a bit of a favour by sort of, blowing everything up, in the sense that a lot of people have rallied to Keir Starmer's support over this week. Lots of MPs are really unhappy with that. However, you're right, under the surface, there is a lot of anxiety, there's a lot of discontent, and there has been chatter. Now, normally with the leader's speech, you'll see this isn't about the people in the hall. It's about trying to get, via programmes like yourselves, into people's living rooms. It's about the country. This speech was actually about both. This speech was about sending a message to the voters, and we've talked about voters on the left, the soft left today, but this was also a message to the people in the hall saying, stick with me, I do share your values, I'm not just trying to chase reform. These are my values, these are Labour values, stick with me.
It's funny hearing you say that. There are sections of those speeches that are designed for different types of audience. There are sections of those speeches designed for digital video. There was a portion where he managed to get the audience on their feet and cheering, where he talked about investing in the NHS, firing up Great British Energy, standing up for British Steel, and on and on and on. The new media strategy in that speech, I thought, was pretty evident. He's trying to get Twitter clicks and he's trying to get Instagram views through with those sort of setting out the things the government has done in a way that he hopes will catch people's imagination.
It's interesting, you're talking there a bit about parties on the left, and we've got a bit of response from Ed Davey, of course, the leader of the Liberal Democrats. He said, "I'm glad Keir Starmer is finally stepping up the fight against Nigel Farage, and I hope this will mark the end of his government parroting Farage and copying his divisive politics." So I guess really kind of picking up on what we were reflecting there, that it does feel like that speech is a change of tactic when it comes to Nigel Farage and how the Labour government is preparing to take that fight on. Sam, do you agree with that? Do you think it?
Yeah, I think my sense is the way that they would describe it is not a pivot to try and win back those votes from the Greens or other left. They would pitch this as a speech designed to show that he is fighting for Middle England. Whatever that might be, and it's hard to define, but this was, I think in their minds, they would say it was about Middle England. They would try and say it's not about left and right, it's about the heart of the nation. Some people think that over the first part of this year, Labour Party was chasing kind of reform vote. They think this speech pitches to the centre ground that makes up typical battle seats everywhere. We will see how it goes down. We'll talk to the different voter blocks and see. But the segmentation, the analysis, who finds appeal in what bit.
But I also think this speech, they will be hoping will do some work in important elections in Scotland and Wales, and particularly if you think about sort of where reform is running hot in both those places. But when I particularly think about Scotland, that of course is my sort of patch. The language about sort of fighting racism, all of that will be very helpful for Anas Sarwar as he thinks about his fight in Scotland.
The other thing is, it's interesting you mentioned there Scotland. I feel that sometimes with these things, when you have got these kind of surging parties, and I'm thinking of the SNP in Scotland, what you want to do is you want to be the party that you vote for if you don't like them, which was what the Conservatives in Scotland did quite well under Ruth Davidson, and then obviously that fell apart. And I guess this is perhaps what we're seeing from Keir Starmer. He wants to be the anti-reform party. If you don't like Nigel Farage, you need to vote Labour. That's kind of the message.
I think that's right. And I think in its own terms, I got what they were trying to do say. I want to be the boring person in the room. What matters...
You can always do that.
I'm good at that. What matters is being able to deliver what you say, to have a plan, to execute it, and for people to feel the effects of that. And I don't think that's been something this government's been terribly good at. So what we had today were the arguments, crisper, better orientated, better put, more personal, a vision that put his family at the heart of it, right? Okay, in political strategy terms, tick, 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 right? What I would still say is there are a number of uncertainties around policy, big policy, delivery questions, focus questions, and the great question for Keir Starmer right now is, okay, on its own terms, massive tick, judging by the reaction in the hall, can you keep it up? Can you keep it up? Because he's been able to deliver a speech that has been written for him by other people with a little bit of panache, but you don't get a speech like that written for you every day of the week. We've got a lot of complex decisions. He doesn't seem to like conflict that much. There are a lot of other questions. This suggests he has dealt with one element of the challenge he is facing. But I think quietly what we heard at this conference were many, many other challenges as well.
Yeah, whenever they say their defining mission is growth, I always kind of brings me out in a shiver because I'm like, you can't always control that. It doesn't always do what you want.
Lots of international headwinds. We've got a very difficult budget coming down the track. But look, I do think he has set out, I think, a good positive vision for the really thorny issues, these cultural issues, these polarisation issues, the issues of sort of race and ethno-nationalism and immigration. I think he's done a good attempt at that. Now, my strong advice to him and his team is now, you've set out a story, stick to it. You know, because sometimes what we have is we have a good sort of speech or a good, and then it moves, it kind of shifts. This is a good narrative. I think this is a good frame. Let it breathe now. You know, stick with this for a while. This is a good message. I think Sam is right. They're not probably thinking left or right. They're thinking this is where most normal, good, compassionate, common sense people are. But stick with this message for a while.
Thank you.
One quick question. In December, after the budget, will anyone remember today?
Well, to wait and see. That's a very good point. Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's hear a little bit, shall we, of what Sir Keir Starmer said to the hall in Liverpool. Let's listen.
We can all see that the country faces a choice, a defining choice. Britain stands at a fork in the road. We can choose decency, or we can choose division, renewal or decline. A country proud of its values, in control of its future, or one that succumbs against the grain of our history to the politics of grievance. It is a test, a fight for the soul of our country, every bit as big as rebuilding Britain after the war, and we must all rise to this challenge. We can all see these snake oil merchants on the right, on the left, but be in no doubt conference, none of them have any interest in national renewal, because decline is good for their business. I mean, think about it. When was the last time that you heard Nigel Farage say anything positive about Britain's future? He can't. He doesn't like Britain, doesn't believe in Britain, wants you to doubt it just as much as he does. So he resorts to grievance. They all do. They want to turn this country, this proud, self-reliant country, into a competition of victims, saying to you, to working people, don't trust in each other. You can't fix this. This is not a great country. But it is, conference. It is a great country. It will always be a great country, a decent, pragmatic, tolerant, reasonable country that throughout history has stood its ground, stuck by its values, and built its future without fuss. That's the Britain I'm fighting for, conference, a nation of resolve, a land of respect, a Britain built for all.
A little taster there of Keir Starmer's speech earlier. Well, I'm joined now by the Science, Innovation and Technology Secretary, that is Liz Kendall. What did you make of the speech?
I thought it was a hopeful speech. I thought it was optimistic about the country, who we are, who we really are, and what we can be. I think it was honest about the challenges we face, but set out a clear plan that we have to create jobs and growth and opportunities right across the country, that for decades that hasn't happened, and that people feel they don't have a stake or a place, and he was showing out how he would do that. It was also, I felt it was quite an emotional speech about himself and his family and the people he speaks for, about the need to respect people. And, I think there's been so much, so much talk about the politics of division. And he actually spoke to a sort of silent majority in the country who feel decency, tolerance, respect, the rule of law are all very important things.
I was really struck by, I guess, the kind of choice the binary choice he was setting out between Labour and Reform. That's obviously how he views the next election. Is it a bit, I guess, kind of odd that the party of government is like almost defining itself as being against reform?
No,
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think so. What he said was this politics of division or grievance, that it's always somebody else's fault, there's always someone else to blame, that always sees differences, not what unites us. He actually said he felt that had been growing for a long while, and he was, that phrase, speaking to the better angels of our nature, to say the things that we do have in common as a country. And the thing that was most optimistic for me was at the end where he talked about the incredible things that people are doing already. But Labour's vision that for more people in more places, those opportunities, that hope has to be there. That is our mission. The speech was about building a Britain for all and how we actually spread power, spread wealth, spread opportunity. Very, very strong.
He was pretty dismissive of Nigel Farage, describing as a kind of snake oil merchant.
I don't think it was a dismissive thing, actually. I think he was absolutely honest about what he sees, the myths and lies that they are peddling, that there's some sort of easy answer to everything.
Do you think Nigel Farage is racist?
I have never been into, ever in my life, the politics of name-calling. I will
It's
always...
more than name-calling, though, isn't it?
No, but I believe in playing the ball, not the man, as I think the Chancellor said yesterday. But I think what he did call out was that if you sort of feed off that politics of grievance and division, it's not good for the country, it's not good for the future, and that we have a different way forward.
One of the most striking sections in that speech was the clarion call against snake oil merchants, on the left, on the right.
Yeah.
Is Andy Burnham a snake oil merchant?
I mean, no, again, I've said I do not believe in any sort of name-calling. I've worked with Andy over many, many years, including in my last job at DWP. He's doing some brilliant work.
So who was he calling out?
Well, I think the people who give easy answers, the sort of fantasy economics.
Easy answers like, we can't be in Hock to the bond markets, that
No.
kind of easy answer.
The easy answers
That was what
like,
Andy Burnham said, by the way.
Always somebody else can always pay and all the bills can be deferred to another day, or that there's always someone to blame for the problems, it's always somebody else's fault. Actually, he's saying that the people who peddle easy solutions, when the reality is change is hard, but together we can deliver it.
Do people who peddle easy solutions have names?
Yes, they do have
And names such as...
I think that he absolutely believes that the sort of Reform Party that believes that as I said...
But who's he
that
referring to on the left? Because it's clear it's on the left.
Well, there are
the right.
people on the left who think that there's a magic money tree. We actually had to haul our party back from that in order to win the last election. But above all, this was actually a hopeful and optimistic speech about the kind of country we really are. It's the kind of country I see and the kind of country we can be if we take the right decisions. He made a very important point here about how globalisation did not deliver for all people in all parts of the country. We need a different approach to growth. And that's a really important part of what we're trying to do now.
Can I talk to you about universities? Because one of the things that I was really struck by was this scrapping of the target for 50% of children going to university. He said he didn't think it was right for this time, and it really feeds in, I think, to what we were talking about earlier, where he's talking about, skills, trades not being valued. Do you think Labour got it wrong in the past with that focus on universities? Because obviously it was a big part of, Blairism, right?
It was a big part of saying that universities shouldn't just be, for a privileged few. But Keir's absolutely right to say now. I met so many apprentices.
Was it right then, do you think? Do you back it then? Yeah?
I absolutely backed it then. But now, let me just give you one concrete example. Last week, I went to launch our AI growth zone in the Northeast. And there I met apprentices who are working in all sorts of different areas of tech and AI, some at graduate level, some at not. And they see this as a way of developing their skills on the job in an area, technology, that is so constantly changing that working with and in a business helps them keep up to speed.
I think most people would totally agree with that, right? Mm-hmm. But I guess what some people might say is that part of this kind of looking down your nose at people who don't have a degree came from the last Labour government, right?
I don't agree with that at all. That was never where we started from. That was about saying that universities had in the past been the privilege of only a few and that we wanted to open that up by more. I see this as the next stage, and particularly, I think this is a really important point. In something like AI and technology, the world is moving so fast that if you're only in an academic institution and not actually working with the businesses as this AI develops on the ground, you're going to fall behind. I think this is such an important part for renewing the country in future, for the jobs and the skills that this country needs.
You've got a new job in the reshuffle. Were you disappointed to lose your last one?
No. I would have loved to have seen the child poverty strategy through, but I will still be making my views about that very, very clear. This, for me, is about what the Labour Party's mission is. That we have got to make the future work for the people and places that need it most. Again, you know, if AI is not only about building these huge data centres, it is about building new economies. And we have to make sure that people in the parts of the country who most need to be able to get those jobs, the growth of the future, that they get them.
You obviously used to be the Work and Pensions Secretary.
I did.
Do you think you were, I guess, like unfairly punished for the benefits bill not going through?
No, not at all. I never think like that. I think we have got forward through some really important reforms in the health top-up to universal credit. We've got the biggest ever investment into back-to-work support. And now I'm working on how we create the jobs and opportunities of the future. And I'm always much less interested in our jobs than the jobs of people out there, and that's all I'm focused on.
Yeah, it's an important job, I have to say, with AI as well. It's been great to talk to you, as always. Thank you so much for being on the programme. Here's Kendall there giving her response to Keir Starmer's speech earlier. She was talking an awful lot about the vision of Keir Starmer and that kind of personal story that we heard from him as well. Sam, your kind of reflections on where we are after that speech?
What I found fascinating was the way Keir Starmer today managed to knit together a new story about himself. This business of talking about his father, his brother, his sister, his wife. He's managed to conjure together a new mission for his leadership by talking about them. And that now is how he defines working people, through these people that he has spent his life with. And that, I think, is a more credible, more understandable, more empathetic way that he can show his understanding of the struggles in people's lives. There was a section early on in the speech where he talked about just how, I mean, to be frank, just how people are getting frustrated. He said working people are losing faith, they're ground down. Politics has made them question Britain, and how can you blame them after COVID and Brexit? They've kept their side of the bargain, but politics have let them down and things haven't improved. I suppose my challenge for the speech is sections like that are big talk. Are the solutions that his government are putting forward commensurately big, because he doesn't have any money, and focused and targeted enough in their implementation to mean that people actually notice the change that he says that he recognises needs to happen?
Just before we spoke to Liz Kendall, you kind of posed the question about whether all this was going to be forgotten after the budget. I mean, is that, I guess, the kind of the real issue, right?
Look, the biggest issue in British politics is the 20 to 30 billion pound black hole in the public finances that could mean that taxes need to go up by 20 to 30 billion pounds in a matter of weeks. And again, like Rachel Reeves yesterday, we got almost nothing on that other than him saying that he wanted to thank every business in our country on the issue. We asked a lot at the last budget of you. And we know, because we talked to business leaders yesterday, that they're all sitting around going, well, you're sort of saying the right things, but, you know, given all your promises, where are you going to get this money from? We're really worried. Keir Starmer said growth was his top priority again today. It's a phrase he's used a lot. Nobody should show him the GDP figures, frankly. The question again is, how is that going to happen? So I think that there is a very real question, but I have this question every time there's a Prime Minister's conference speech, be they Tory or be they Labour, which is how you make the grand promises turn into flesh. And this is why I think that party conference speeches don't always endure, because the public get tired of the high rhetoric and then the low level of improvement in their locality.
Yeah, to be honest, Sam, that is something that you just hear again and again when you talk to people across the country.
Yeah.
They just don't have that faith that things are going to change.
You can get a sort of wave of a vibe reaction to from a hall that loved a speech, but people don't sit at home watching in vast numbers these things live from end to end, unfortunately. But they do.
What do you mean?
but because I think they find it frustrating to hear this promise of a nirvana that never somehow seems to arrive. Because no politician goes into a party conference speech and said, I'm going to do something quite good for you.
Yeah, that's true. And also, it is particularly difficult, the timing of this, because we have got that November budget. We know that the Office for Budget Responsibility, the kind of spending watchdog, if you like, are on Friday going to be effectively ruling on the size of the black hole. And then, my goodness, they've got a difficult decision, because I just can't, like you say, it is honestly quite hard to work out how they plug it. And I know Ed Conway would say that there's no such thing as a black hole, it's a kind of self-imposed fiscal rules. But we know that the government is committed to those, so as a result, they've got to find something.
And there was a long section in the speech essentially justifying the need to stick with the fiscal rules. Keir Starmer made the argument that if we, in his words, allow the public's finances to run away with themselves, then we'll end up paying more for our debt, and working people are people that suffer. So there was a justification for the pain, and I think 20 to 30 billion pounds of tax rises
That's
is
quite
pain.
painful.
Is pain.
Yeah.
Are going to have. So he's justifying what's to come, although not quite in terms that prepare people for the shock of a tax rise on that scale, because he wanted to shore up his leadership, present an optimistic vision. Yet there's this gigantic Everest-sized problem between where he is now and where he wants to get to, which is the November budget. And I mean, I found this conference on one level totally surreal. Totally surreal, because what we're doing is we're sitting here in Liverpool with our fingers in our ears going, don't mention the black hole. And we get that time and time again. And in private, you say to cabinet ministers and the rest, is there anything I'm not spotting? Is there anything that suggests there isn't a 20 to 30 billion pound black hole that you're going to have to fill through tax rises? And they come up to you and go, no, that's exactly what's going on. And so I go, well, why aren't you talking about it? They're always a bit too soon. And so that is the cowardice of our moment. Notwithstanding that, on its own terms, I think they achieved a lot of what they wanted. But there is a cowardice there.
And I guess it's not just Labour, it's all parties, right? Because no one's come up with a credible solution, as far as I can tell, on how to handle it, right?
No, I mean, I think, in fairness, I'm not sure it's for opposition parties to have to do the heavy lifting on this. They can just say, you betrayed your promises. But it is a function, as Ed Conway, I think, would say, if I could channel him, the black hole is a function of decisions that Labour had made deliberately. And so they created this problem. I think the opposition parties would say, well, so they can find their solutions and we'll judge them on their own terms. But, you know, the don't mention the black hole nature of this conference is intrinsically frustrating, because for all the homilies to the need to support working people and for a better Britain and to fly the flag, you know, there is a ginormous problem coming down the track.
I know you've got to run and do a load more important work in podcasting and all these things.
You're not second best.
What?
Just joint first best.
OK, I can live with that. I can live with being joint first best. But before you go, I was just so struck by the number of mentions of Nigel Farage in that speech. And the lack of mentions for Kemi Badenoch. I don't think she was mentioned once, right? I mean, how much of an issue was that for the Conservatives?
No, there was a mention of the Tories, and it was quite interesting. And it was in this sort of section that tied together the post-Brexit chaos and the Liz Truss era. So Liz Truss was the Conservative that was mentioned. I mean, I'm not sure how much salience Kemi Badenoch has amongst the public. I'm not sure how many people know that she is the leader of the Conservatives. And I think the dismissive approach of Labour towards the Conservatives is absolutely deliberate. And when we turn up in Manchester next week, you and me will be able to work out whether that's justified or whether they're missing a trick and causing a problem for themselves.
Thanks very much. Always good to have you here on set, Sam. Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, chewing over some of the reaction and that analysis, of course, for Keir Starmer. And look, I was so struck by the fact that this speech was really, I guess, setting out what Labour sees as battle lines for the next election, and that is very much a choice, as they would pitch it, between Labour and Reform, a fork in the road moment, if you like. And we have had, I should say, a bit of reaction from Nigel Farage, the leader of Reform UK. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
I used to think the Prime Minister was a decent man. somebody that I could talk to and chat to. We might disagree on worldview, but I thought he was a profoundly decent human being. I am completely shocked at his behaviour. I hope when he wakes up tomorrow morning, he feels ashamed of what he has done. This is a desperate last throw of the dice from a Prime Minister who's in deep trouble, a Prime Minister who can't even command the support of half of his own party. But I'm sorry to say, I now believe that he is unfit to be the Prime Minister of our country.
Nigel Farage, they're reacting to a conference speech that was absolutely chock full of references to him. Well, to discuss this a little bit more, we've got our political correspondent Tamara Cohen, who's here with us. And Tamara, look, it was so interesting, isn't it? It felt to me like a change in approach from Labour on how they're dealing with the threat of reform.
And the way they see it is that there's been criticism that people don't know what Keir Starmer's about. They don't know what he wants to achieve for the country, why he got into politics, what the vision is. And they feel that people can't say that anymore. That through the rise of reform, it's given him the opportunity to say, this isn't just they can't pay for it, it doesn't add up. This is values. This is they stand for grievance and division and we stand for something else. And it's more about an inclusive country, but also responding to people's genuine concerns. So they say this is shows what Keir Starmer wants to do and where his vision lies. The questions, of course, will come. How does he deliver it in ways that people actually experience, and how do they do that pretty quickly?
Yeah, that's it, I guess, isn't it? It's the kind of delivery question. And, of course, they're not going to have very long to work that out, right? Because you've got the budget looming.
Budget looming in November, and he said it was very notable that he was hitting out to the left and to the right. So on the right, it was reform. He said stand for division. He called them racist. He called them snake oil salesmen. But also he said people who want wealth taxes, plenty of them in the Labour Party, they aren't going to solve all our problems. He said people who think the fiscal rules, the kind of rules to balance the budgets, are negotiable, they aren't going to either. Hello, anti-Burnham, who's kind of looming over this conference. And so he said, all of that, it's all going to be difficult. Some of it's going to be uncomfortable. Sometimes we're going to have to cut spending. I think when it comes to it in the budget, when everyone expects they're going to have to raise taxes, it will be like, well, I thought you promised us, higher living standards and better things on the horizon. And then, of course, you've got Scotland and Wales elections in just 8 months' time. If Labour are wiped out in those elections, which is a real fear of many Labour people here, that is going to be really, really difficult for Keir Starmer. There will be more questions about his leadership. So, look, I think there is relief and approval in the hall. He's told us where he's going. They really liked it. They liked some of the ideas in there. They're not fully fleshed out. He talked about colleges and apprenticeships for young people and a route that doesn't just involve university and loads of debt. Sounds good. It all comes from existing budgets. There isn't new money for it.
Yeah,
so I think that's, a lot of people wanted to hear that there will be opportunities for young people. A lot of people will feel young people are, applying for tons of jobs and they can't find one. That sounds good, but how quickly, how is it going to be costed, and does it all add up to in 2 or 3 years being able to say, look, life's better than it was when we took over? But I think definitely, I was just looking back at Keir Starmer's speech a year ago. It was all about the Conservatives. They left us this terrible inheritance, the black hole, and so on. Barely mentioned today, were they?
Yeah,
it was all about reform and the populists on the left. He said easy answers are to complex problems, and he said stick with us. It will be hard, but we'll get there. I think the question is, can the public, who are already won over by some of these messages, will they be won over?
Yeah, as you say, it's a delivery thing. It really does come down to it, doesn't it? And let's just remind ourselves, shall we, a little bit of what Keir Starmer had to say to delegates earlier. Let's listen.
I owe everything to this country and its values. But working people, they're losing faith. They're ground down. Politics has made them question Britain. And can you blame them? They've been nothing but patient. They lived through austerity, Brexit, COVID, played by the rules, kept their side of the bargain. But time and again, politics ducked the challenge of renewal. Their high street, their pubs, their youth clubs, the places that shape a life, that create a common memory, struggling against the tide of decline. That is why we must never, never find ourselves defending a status quo that manifestly failed working people.
Keir Starmer speaking there, and we've got tomorrow with us still. The thing that really struck me about the speech today, and look, I know it's all about policy and the budget is in many ways going to be the defining moment for Keir Starmer, was the vision of patriotism. Yeah. Because it felt like this is a fleshed out idea and a response to reform that until now, if I'm being completely honest, they've been struggling with. You know, have the flag waving and the different vision of the UK. It almost felt like Keir Starmer was trying to say, if you don't like reform, vote Labour. It's not. The tactics, it felt to me, have changed.
Well, it was all there with the cabinet ministers and the hall all holding their Union Jack flags in case it wasn't clear enough.
Yeah,
and
we got that,
signs
didn't
about
we?
patriotic renewal. I've been told by people close to Keir Starmer that there was a Unite Britain march a few weeks ago that struck him very hard. He saw a lot of people going on that, and he thought a lot about why people went on that march and how patriotism can be reclaimed by his party. He doesn't like the idea that somehow that label is being appropriated by people he doesn't agree with. So that is where I think this comes from. And he thinks that the Labour Party, by not branding people racist for being concerned about immigration or for being concerned about the way the country is going, he thinks that they can reclaim this idea of patriotism but do it in a more inclusive way, and that is something that he feels personally. It's not that people around him who've done focus groups tell him that's how he should feel. He feels it personally. And I think they will be pleased that Keir Starmer, who's not always the most relaxed in his delivery, he doesn't often let loose, is saying something that he really believes in, and they believe it came across well, and he sounded like he really believed in.
Tamara, thank you very much indeed. It feels to me like you need a little sip of water.
I think so, yes.
It's always a threat here, I have to say. You won't be the only one today. Well, look, it was a very well-received speech by Keir Starmer. I think that is fair to say. He set out a vision of patriotism that felt personal, and it also felt a direct response to reform. Reform ran like a stick of rock throughout that conference speech. And what he was trying to do is set up a response to reform, saying, look, if you don't like Farage, if you don't believe in his vision of Britain, vote Labour. In other words, setting out the battle lines for the next election. All good, but of course, what happens in the budget and that looming black hole could throw it all off course. But still, I think they'll be pretty pleased by how things have gone today here in Liverpool. Coming up soon.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 4 o'clock. These are the headlines. Sir Keir Starmer says the country is at a fork in the road as he takes aim again at Nigel Farage.
When was the last time that you heard Nigel Farage say anything positive about Britain's future? He can't. He doesn't like Britain, doesn't believe in Britain.
I now believe that he is unfit to be the Prime Minister of our country.
We'll get reaction to the Prime Minister's speech and ask if he's done enough to bring about a change in his party's fortunes. Also this hour, Donald Trump gives Hamas a new deadline to respond to his 20-point peace deal for Gaza. A shake-up of the US military as President Trump and his defense secretary declare an end to its woke culture. Plus, we have a special report from Britain's so-called asylum seeker capital, Glasgow, a divided city where tensions are rising. Hello, good afternoon. Sir Keir Starmer has promised a new, fairer country in his speech to the Labour Party conference in Liverpool. The Prime Minister criticised Reform UK leader Nigel Farage, saying that he wants to stir the pot of division because that suits his party's interests. He also announced a shift from university targets for young people to gold standard apprenticeships. And he warned of a fight for the soul of our country, comparing it to rebuilding Britain after the war.
We can all see that the country faces a choice, a defining choice. Britain stands at a fork in the road. We can choose decency or we can choose division, renewal or decline. A country proud of its values, in control of its future, or one that succumbs against the grain of our history to the politics of grievance. It is a test, a fight for the soul of our country, every bit as big as rebuilding Britain after the war. And we must all rise to this challenge.
Well, the Prime Minister used his speech to target Reform leader Nigel Farage, accusing him of not liking Britain.
We can all see these snake oil merchants on the right, on the left, but be in no doubt conference, none of them have any interest in national renewal, because decline is good for their business. I mean, think about it. When was the last time that you heard Nigel Farage say anything positive about Britain's future? He can't. He doesn't like Britain, doesn't believe in Britain, wants you to doubt it just as much as he does. So he resorts to grievance. They all do. They want to turn this country, this proud, self-reliant country, into a competition of victims, saying to you, to working people, don't trust in each other. You can't fix this. This is not a great country. But it is, conference. It is a great country. It will always be a great country, a decent, pragmatic, tolerant, reasonable country that throughout history has stood its ground, stuck by its values, and built its future without fuss. That's the Britain I'm fighting for, conference, a nation of resolve, a land of respect, a Britain built for all.
Well, Keir Starmer vouched not to defend the status quo, which he said had failed working people.
I owe everything to this country and its values. But working people, they're losing faith. They're ground down. Politics has made them question Britain. And can you blame them? They've been nothing but patient. They lived through austerity, Brexit, COVID, played by the rules, kept their side of the bargain. But time and again, politics ducked the challenge of renewal. Their high street, their pubs, their youth clubs, the places that shape a life, that create a common memory, struggling against the tide of decline. That is why we must never, never find ourselves defending a status quo that manifestly failed working people.
The The speech went down well with Labour's front bench members in Liverpool. This was some of the reactions straight afterwards.
I feel like you're the underdogs after this sort of difficult 14 months, and now you've got to get back into campaign mode and win the arguments
I
again.
enjoy fighting for what I believe in. I know what I believe in, and Keir knows what he believes in. That's why we went into this business in the first place, to change our country for the better. And some people, might do things otherwise. I wouldn't say anyone else had a plan. And what Keir and I have set out in our conference speeches in the last couple of days is our belief in Britain, our determination to make things better for working people and for businesses in our country, and we'll get on and do that.
And Chance, final question. Keir Starmer, he's not a naturally emotional man, really. He kind of likes a process. He's very analytical. Did you feel like you saw a different side of him, or more the side you see behind the scenes there?
I know Keir very well, and we work really closely together, and it was great for the country to see the Keir that I know.
OK, and final question.
The last one was your final one.
I know, I do that a lot. I mean, he's had his leadership questions around him. Do you think he's killed that off for now?
I don't think there's any serious contention here. Keir's doing a great job. He secured a massive mandate last year. We're going to just get on and to finish the job.
Leading you into the next election.
Absolutely, and beyond.
He's showing, the values that motivate him, the experience that he brings to the highest office in the land, not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but someone who's worked his way up, who watched his parents graft and is on the side of the grafters of this country, standing up to the grifters of this country.
And final question, he clearly directly attacked Nigel Farage. There's anything you admire about Farage as a politician?
Now, look, one thing I say for Farage, he's a formidable campaigner, and we've been on the wrong side of some of those campaigns in terms of, the things that we've lost up against him. So we don't underestimate him, but that's why we've got to take the fight to him. And ultimately, as I said in my speech, he's a snake oil salesman, Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman. He says one thing, sells one thing, and then buggers off when it gets difficult.
It's like a campaign speech, so it's like he's running an election again.
Look, we know what the battle's lines are in the next general election. It's Labour versus Reform, and it is progressives versus reactionaries, it's patriots versus nationalists, it is hope versus fear and division. We know which side we're on, and we are going into the next year to change our country and build a better Britain.
Well, the Reform UK leader Nigel Farage was quick to respond to Keir Starmer's criticism of him in his speech.
I used to think the Prime Minister was a decent man, somebody that I could talk to and chat to. We might disagree on worldview, but I thought he was a profoundly decent human being. I am completely shocked at his behaviour. I hope when he wakes up tomorrow morning, he feels ashamed of what he has done. This is a desperate last throw of the dice from a Prime Minister who's in deep trouble, a Prime Minister who can't even command the support of half of his own party. But I'm sorry to say, I now believe that he is unfit to be the Prime Minister of our country.
Well, let's bring in our chief political correspondent, John Craig, who is in Liverpool. And Nigel Farage did really feature quite heavily in the Prime Minister's statement. He's living for free in the Prime Minister's head, it seems.
Well, there was an enormous attack on Nigel Farage. The first time, really, that Sir Keir Starmer has really torn into Nigel Farage in a major speech. There's a consensus here that that's almost certainly the best speech that Sir Keir Starmer has delivered, certainly at any party conference. Some comparisons are being drawn with some of the great Labour leaders' speeches of the last 40 years, because if you think back to, it reminded me a little bit of that Neil Kinnock attack on the militant tendency back in 1985, almost 40 years ago today. And then, of course, Gordon Brown, fighting speeches from Gordon Brown, best when we're bold, best when we're Labour, and so on, no time for a novice. But yes, it was a really powerful attack on Nigel Farage. Barely a mention of the Conservatives. About an hour into the speech before he mentioned the Tories, although there was a reference to George Osborne's austerity policies and also a brief mention of Liz Truss's economic disasters as well. But certainly he was fired up. The audience were really willing him to do well here. There were numerous standing ovations, and certainly Sir Keir, well, he probably hasn't answered all his critics, but he's certainly got the party faithful here in a much better mood, and he's shown them that he is up for the fight against reform, even if, as some might say, he overdid the attacks, concentrated on Mr Farage too much. Mr Farage clearly angered by the attacks, quick to respond, but I think we can expect a lot more of the pretty strong attacks between the two over the next months, in fact, years to come.
About the policy announcements that were made in the speech, I suppose the question is, they clearly went down well in the hall amongst Labour supporters, but how well will these messages get out to the wider public? Will they cut through?
Well, the two big policy announcements, which the party had managed to keep under wraps, in particular, one of them was going back to the Blair years. It was Tony Blair's government that set up this 50% target of young people going to university. Now, that has been criticised over the years, so that is gone. That's going. Instead, there is a pledge from Sir Keir that 2/3 of young people should either go to university or take on be given apprenticeships. We've heard a lot at this conference about apprenticeships, claims that this university goal was there was a pro-university snobbery, and that young people would be better off, many of them, in apprenticeships. So there's a new target there, 2/3 going into apprenticeships or university. Secondly, a new online NHS trust. Now, what he was talking about there was a new more online appointments and so on, more treatments online. OK, you've got an NHS app already, but moving on, the Health Secretary was saying that, in fact, Aaron Bevan, the great founder of the National Health Service, would have approved of all these moves to modernise the NHS. And so what we've heard about is more modernisation of the NHS, an online NHS trust. We'll hear more detail about that, no doubt, in the days to come. But big announcements on education and on the NHS. But probably this speech will be remembered for the ferocity of Sir Keir's fight back against Reform UK.
And the conference now winding up, John. When we started this conference, so many questions about Keir Starmer's leadership. Everybody was talking about Andy Burnham. He apparently left before the big speech this afternoon. Where does it leave Keir Starmer and his leadership amongst the faithful? John, can you hear me?
I'm afraid I've lost you, Jane. I didn't hear that.
Can you hear me now, John? No. He's gone. Oh, never mind. We'll ask him next hour. John Craig there for us at the Labour Party conference.